Morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning, Nick.
How you doing, Grant?
Doing well, thanks.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Nick.
Oops, turn that off. Hi, Ellen.
Good morning. This is Jared with CASA calling in on the line.
Hi, Jared. Yeah, we'll do introductions in a minute once Karen takes over.
I guess the question is, do we have a quorum and can we get started?
We can definitely get started. It appears we have a quorum, yes.
Okay, then let's get started. Good morning, everyone. This is Karen Mogus. I'm the chair of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council representing Cal EPA. And we have a good agenda for today, but let's go ahead and start out with introductions of the council members. Nick, do you want to go through the participant list so we do it in an organized fashion, or how would you like to do
so
that?
Just before we get started, I just want to let everybody know that this meeting is being recorded as well as being broadcast live on YouTube Live. And if you can please mute your mics if you're not intending to speak, and then when you are, obviously unmute. And if you're comfortable sharing your video, feel free. I'd ask if you have an agenda item that you turn on your video too, just so it kind of adds a little bit of in-person type of feel to go along with the presentation. I will go through the participant list just the way it's started, which I'll start with myself. I'm Nick Martirano. I am the director of the Water Quality Monitoring Council and work with the State Water Board. Karen has already introduced herself. I have Mark Caddy.
Katie, yes. This is Mark Cady with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I supervise the Fertilizer Research and Education Program.
Thanks, Mark. I have Adam Quirones. Sorry if I missed. There it is. Quinones. Sorry.
Yeah. Hi, this is Adam Quinones, State Relations Director for Aqua.
Thanks and welcome, Adam. Adam, for the council members that aren't aware, he is the new alternate for water supply under Peter, or behind Peter. Next on the list, Alyssa Silly. Still high.
Still high, yeah. Hi, Alyssa Still High with the California Special Districts Association.
Thanks. Andrew Altavot.
Hi, this is Andrew Altvogt, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Drinking Water at the State Water Board.
Thanks, Andrew. Betsy Lichty.
Hi, Betsy Lichty, also Division of Drinking Water. Thank you.
Thanks. And both of they represent the council's drinking water sector. Brian Lawrenson.
Hi, I'm on the line. Just an FYI, our internet's down here in Davis, so I'm on a phone.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you fix it. Bryn Evans.
Bryn Evans with Dudek.
Thanks. Chad Dibble.
Morning, everyone. I'm the Deputy Director of the Ecosystem Conservation Division with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, representing the Resources Agency. Along with me today will be Josh Grover. I think he'll be joining soon. He is my alternate for this group. And just to let you know, around 2:30, I need to step out and take a call with our director on Joshua Tree. So as we're all dealing with that saga, as you may know. Anyways, but I'll be back after that as soon as I can, and should be around today. I'll probably be turning my camera off most of the day because we have multiple streaming going on at my house here. So to keep that a little bit more succinct, I'll be keeping off the camera. But if you need me, feel free to reach out.
That sounds great. Thanks, Chad. Next, Erica Calv.
Hey Hey there, my name's Erica Kelvey. I am in the in DWQ and just listening in just a couple agenda items that I'm interested in today.
Great. Welcome, Erica. Thanks.
So for
Evelyn,
those
would
of you who don't know what DWQ is, it's the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Resources Control Board. And I am the division chief in addition to the chair of the Monitoring Council.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. You get a little easy, so easy to remember the alphabet soup. Evelyn Wendell.
Hi, I'm Evelyn Wendell, the founding director of WeTap, located in Los Angeles, representing everybody.
Evelyn is also the co-chair for the Safe to Drink work group. Grant Sharp.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works, and I'm the regulated stormwater community representative on the council.
Thanks, Grant. Helen Fatanides.
Morning. I'm Helen Patanides. I work with the Watershed Project in the Bay Area, and I represent community monitoring groups for the council.
Thanks, Helen. Josh Grover.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Josh Grover. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Water Branch Chief under the Ecosystem Conservation Division.
Thanks, Josh. Leslie Hart.
Good morning. I'm Leslie Hart. I'm an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Resources Control Board.
Thank you. Peter Broom.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Vroom. I represent the water supply sector on the council, and I am Deputy Director of San Diego Public Utilities.
Thanks, Peter. Sarah Ryan.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm one of the co-chairs of the California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network, and also the Deputy Tribal Administrator and Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Good morning.
Morning, Sarah. Thanks for joining. Shelley Walther.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shelley Walther. I'm an environmental scientist with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, and I represent the regulated community of publicly owned treatment works within the Monitoring Council. Thanks.
Shelley, good morning. Terry Fleming.
Hi, my name is Terry Fleming. I'm with the Environmental Protection Agency, and I'm the liaison to the Monitoring Council.
Good morning, Terry. Thanks for joining us today. Ray Heimstra.
Hi, I'm Ray Heimstra. I'm the Associate Director at Orange County Coastkeeper, and I represent the public on the Monitoring Council.
Thanks, Ray. And Steve Weisberg.
Good morning. I work with the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, SQUIRT, and I represent the science community on the council.
Thanks, Steve. Good morning. This couple joined in while we were going through, so I'll finish up with two more. Bev Anderson-Abbs.
Morning, I'm Bev Anderson-Abbs. I'm with the State Water Resources Control Board, a senior environmental scientist.
Thanks. Morning. And last but not least, Eric Burris.
Good morning. This is Eric Burris. I'm with the State Water Resource Control Board Citizen Monitoring Program, the Clean Water Team.
Thanks, Eric. Morning. Sorry, I missed one other person. Okay.
Go ahead, Nick.
There's one other person identified as Nguyen CQ.
Don Nguyen, Orange County Sanitation District, Environmental Laboratory Supervisor.
Oh, thank you.
And I believe we have Jared on the phone from CASA.
Right. Thank you for reminding
Hi.
me.
Thank you, Karen. I'm on the line.
Thanks, Jared Bosco. He's the alternate to the stormwater sector. Thank you. Or sorry, not stormwater, publicly owned.
I'm in Davis also, and when the internet went down, it was chaos with the children on the Zoom.
Oh,
so sorry for the technical.
Great. That
Oh my
does it.
goodness.
That does it for the introductions.
All right, thank you. So I will go over the agenda. We've already done introductions and some housekeeping. We'll go over the action items from the July 1st meeting in a moment. Then we'll move on to item 2, which is the public forum, and anyone that is wishing to speak on a topic that's not already on the agenda can do so. Then item 3 will be announcements and updates from council members and from our director. Then we'll move on, and I'm going to apologize. I've got not children on Zoom, but dogs that are wrestling right next to my desk. So if you hear some strange growling noises, those are my pups. Then we'll move on to the council MOU update and give an update of where we are on revising the MOU based on how the council is currently functioning. Then we'll get an overview of the activities related to sewer shed surveillance for COVID-19 from the State Water Board staff. We'll round out the morning with the community engagement survey update from Helen. We'll take a short lunch break, about a half an hour, and then come back to hear from Susie Thoreau of SQUIRP on molecular methods standard operating procedures update, then move on to guidance for use of new technologies and methods in California with a joint presentation from Steve Weisberg at SQUIRP and Christine Sotelo from our lab accreditation program here at the State Water Board. And we'll spend some time looking at our strategic priorities now that we have a strategic plan that is finalized, or at least the current version is finalized, and looking forward to see what kinds of priorities we're going to move forward with in the near future based on the resources that we have. And then finally, we'll plan the next meeting agenda. Any adjustments to the agenda?
No, I have not heard any.
Okay. Hearing none, then let's go over the action items from the July 1st council meeting. Go ahead, Nick.
Yes, I sent it out for review, and they're posted on our web page under the meetings web page. I had no comments or additions. They were mostly placed upon myself and a few council members related to exploring some additions to the strategic summary to address the inclusion of or recognition of disadvantaged or underserved communities. So I've added blurbs about that to the agenda, to the action items, as well as some running action items about future items and commitments to the MOU, which we'll get to throughout the agenda today. So, but other than that, there were no other comments received on the action items.
Any questions? All right, then let's move on to item 2, the public forum. I know I have at least one person who wants to address the council. Let's see, is she going to share her screen?
Alyssa.
Oh,
Alyssa.
Alyssa.
Hi from the.
There we are. Sorry. I just realized you were talking about me.
Yes.
Hi. Alyssa, good morning. I'm Alyssa Silhai. I'm here on behalf of the California Special Districts Association. CSDA is looking to get more involved in the council's, in the Water Quality Monitoring Council's efforts, and we appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning and to maybe just give a little bit of an introduction as to who we are as an organization. CSDA represents over 1,000 independent special districts and affiliate members in California. This includes special districts who provide water, sanitation, irrigation, utility, reclamation and levee services, and then community services districts that kind of operate as a small city. They provide services that that cities would normally provide that they aren't providing to their communities. So they provide a variety of water quality related services, such as water delivery, storage, diversion, conservation, and or wastewater treatment. Additionally, we represent special districts that operate, preserve, and maintain California's local ecosystems, wildlife populations and habitats, and wetland and riparian resources. These include districts such as resource conservation districts and open space districts. We believe we are uniquely situated as the statewide association representing each type of special district that engages in the full breadth of the scoping activities in the Monitoring Council's MOU and provides these essential services to California's communities. We don't often have the bandwidth to engage at the regulatory side. And so we were previously unaware of your activities. And once it got on our radar, the association and our membership are really eager for the opportunity to work with the Monitoring Council and your associated working groups to aid in finding solutions that would lead to enhanced coordination and cost effectiveness of water quality and ecosystem monitoring and assessment, integrate data monitoring across state departments and agencies, and increase the public accessibility to data and assessment information. So we look forward to working with you, and moving forward, hope to have the opportunity to explore what that could look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa reached out to me and Nick, and we had a meeting a couple months ago, I want to say, to and learn a little bit more about the association that Alyssa represents. And so, yeah, we're not exactly sure where to fit it in, but certainly happy that you have some interest and energy to offer. So look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the public who would like to speak? If so, could you raise your hand?
This is Jared Vosco with CASA. I just wanted to say I was happy to hear that CSD is on the line. I know Adam Quinones with Aqua and myself often collaborate with CSDA on items, and I'm glad they're getting involved in the council.
Great, thanks, Jared. Anyone else? All right, seeing no hands up and hearing no other members of the public, we'll go on to item number 3, which is announcements and updates. I think I will open it up to the Monitoring Council members to provide any announcements of any communications or meetings that you've attended since our July meeting. I guess attended is a little tongue-in-cheek, but anyone from the council want to provide an update?
I'll volunteer Steve Weisberg to talk about the kelp monitoring meetings that we had since then. I think it's agenda items that we've had previously on the council, but they're not on today's agenda.
I had two. So what Shelley is referring to is that we gave you a small update on a previous meeting that there's something called the West Coast Alliance, that is Ocean Alliance, that is working towards developing a report card for the 3 West Coast states and the tribes. And one of the areas that we are exploring, actually we're exploring 3 areas right now. One is developing a report card for beach water quality up and down the coast, and we are working with Heal the Bay to do that. The second is ocean acidification and hypoxia. We're working with the ocean observing systems along the coast to develop that indicator. And then the third is looking for one on kelp. And towards that end, we're looking to do a pilot project in the San Diego area, looking to see, there are 3 main ways that kelp is monitored right now. One is by satellite imagery, one is by aerial overflight imagery, and one is by in-water dive surveys. Obviously, the dive surveys will give you the most information because in addition to cover, they give you health of the kelp itself. They can give you information about the critters that are using the kelp as habitat. But we don't have as much of that data, and it's not as easy to gather going up and down the entire West Coast. So we're looking to see how close satellite imagery, which we have the most data for, matches, and how well aerial overflight matches. We've suggested we're going to be doing this in the Point Loma area, and we've started to work with 3 groups that can help us with that. So kelp is just one of 15 indicators we're hoping to eventually get to, but it is one of the early ones. And if people are interested in finding out more about what we're going to be doing in that, I'm glad to talk about it, or even have somebody like Marissa Nixon come back and make a presentation on it at a future meeting. Is that what you had in mind, Shelley?
All right, takes me a second to unmute. Yeah, so I'm the chair of the Central Region Kelp Survey Consortium, and we do one of those data sets that Steve was talking about. We do aerial overflights of the kelp quarterly in our region, and so does the San Diego region, the Region 9 Kelp Consortium. And Steve, they gave a wonderful presentation at the annual Region 9 Kelp Consortium meeting. So where he filled in everyone about the kelp portion of the project. So that's what I was referring to, but I'm also working with them on the project. I'm very excited to see the comparison between the data sets. So it's great. Thanks.
Thanks, Shelley and Steve. Oh.
I see, sorry to say, I see hands up from Andrew first, Andrew Altava, and then Grant Sharp.
Sure, this is Andrew Altvogt from Division of Drinking Water. I just had a couple quick updates. The first is just to let everybody know that we recently sent out orders for drinking water systems for PFAS monitoring. And so the details of those are on our website if anybody's interested in that. I was going to mention briefly, although this maybe is more Karen's item actually, but we're working with Division of Water Quality on a source water protection plan, and so that's something that's underway between our divisions. And then for our safe and affordable drinking water program, we're currently in the midst of a bunch of workshops and a lot of work on our needs assessment, which is looking at a number of different things, but including risk indicators for drinking water systems. And so we have workshops coming up. We have one on October 2nd that will be looking at basically narrowing down the preliminary list of risk indicators that we had presented earlier in the summer. And then there'll be another webinar on the 30th of October, I believe, that will be delving into the water system rates and costs, and there's a rate dashboard that's been developed for that, and there'll be a couple other things coming up in the fall in terms of the needs assessment work that this group might be interested in. That's what I had. Thank you.
This is Jared with CASA. I just wanted to ask a quick follow-up question. I had just seen the order that had gone out, I guess the general order from DDW, and I was curious if you could just quickly describe its difference from the order that went out last year in phase 1. I was began to do a little review, but I wasn't able to quickly assess what was different or what was new or what the, so if you could expound on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super familiar with the difference between the two orders. I know, about this much about the orders, but I'd be happy to put you in touch with folks who could give you more details on that.
Andrea, I could add a little bit.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. This is Betsy Lichty. So one of the primary differences is that there is no end date to this order. It was issued differently. It was issued as a general order rather than as individual orders to our public water system. So that was the first time DDW engaged in a general order. Monitoring is supposed to begin in this fourth quarter of 2020. We identified all wells within 1 mile of a well that had detected PFAS in the first round of monitoring. And as I said, big difference is there is no end date. The first order required monitoring for 1 year, and this one will be ongoing. I think those are the primary differences. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Is there a detection limit that it has to exceed to qualify for the additional order, or is it just any detection?
It was any detection. We gathered data requiring laboratories to report down to their reporting level. And so, you know, most labs really, they were well below the notification levels. So we really have a good data set that we have a lot of confidence in. So yeah, we were pretty confident in using the data we had to establish this new monitoring.
This is Adam Quinones from Aqua. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, on my behalf, that's fine.
So I believe, are these the authority from these orders? Is this the first use of the authority that was given under AB 756 from last year that sort of expanded the board's authority to issue orders to water systems?
That is correct.
Okay.
And then of course yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, and so the results of any of these, if there's an exceedance of a response level, there's, you know, the new notification requirements under the authority of AB 756 and all of that, I assume.
And so I can give a little bit more detail on that. So rather than require utilities to do their notification via the Consumer Confidence Report based on a laboratory reporting level, which will vary from lab to lab, it's very lab specific, and sometimes sample specific. We set a level playing field. We established numbers called the CCR detection limit, and that was based on a detailed review of lab reporting levels from our prior data set and identifying the 90th percentile capability of labs. So we established a level playing field for utilities to have to do that CCR reporting under AB 756.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Who was next? Nick?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Karen and Nick. I just wanted to briefly mention that the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition has released a request for proposal for a project to work on streamlining the annual reporting involved with municipal stormwater permits. And I want to thank Nick for passing that along through the Monitoring Council distribution list yesterday. Thanks for putting the word out. Nick, those proposals are due, I believe, October 21st, and the proposal is posted to SQUIRP's RFP webpage. I can put the link to that in the chat function. And that was it.
Thanks, Grant. Steve, you have your hand up.
Yes, two items, two workshops or online workshops that are coming up that may be of interest to people. One is, I think, something that Nick, you already sent around to people. It's a workshop on health effects of microplastics. We are doing some work to try and help the state figure out how they're going to interpret the microplastics data that is being collected both in drinking water and in the ambient environment. Then we have a whole bunch of very good experts who will be coming in, giving talks about what we know about what are critical thresholds at which, and even modes of effect by which plastics can affect organisms, both human and otherwise. That will take place for 5 consecutive weeks starting October 19. We have a second workshop, which is an expert panel that we are doing for Karen and Erica, helping the state prioritize how they go about monitoring and assessing emerging contaminants. This is a workshop that will take place for 4 consecutive days starting October 12th. Again, both being webcast, and people are welcome to join it.
Hey, Steve, this is Jared with CASA. A couple questions. With regard to the microplastics workshop, I thought there was one early in October, and it seemed like maybe that one was supplemented or replaced by this new one that you just announced. And then I guess maybe kind of concurrently with that question, it seems like the state has the mandate from SB 1422 to adopt methods for drinking water by July of next year. And I was curious how the methods evaluation, that timeline and kind of when it's now expected to come out, how that interacts with that adoption date.
Sure. So I think, Jared, what you were referring originally is that we originally had planned for the, trying to remember the dates, the week of the 5th, to do 2 in-person workshops. The first was going to be one where we brought together all of the groups that had participated in the microplastics methods evaluation study. And the second was this health effects workshop. Because of COVID, obviously we've moved both to online. Your specific question about the microplastics methods evaluation, that will be a workshop that we're going to do as a series of, I guess I'll call them work groups, smaller work groups, that will take place starting in, haven't determined it exactly yet, but probably starting in mid-January. The idea, these work groups will do some data analysis, and then we'll eventually have a report out on the findings of that study. We're thinking somewhere around the end of March, beginning of April, which will be a public meeting, which will share all the results that we've been able to develop. What happened is we'd originally hoped to have all of the samples, the blind samples that were sent out, just maybe as a tiny bit more background. We're doing a study with about 40 laboratories where we have sent out blind samples where we know what's in the sample, the receiving laboratory does not, and we're trying to determine with them using a variety of different methods and even method permutation, how close they get to the actual number, but more importantly, how consistent they are, even if there is a bias, how consistent they are within laboratories, they do replicates, and how consistent they are across laboratory. The original goal had been to send all those samples out by the end of March, with the idea that people would give us all the results by the end of August. We do a workshop in October. The timing has been set back because we got the drinking water samples out prior to COVID, but we were still creating the fish tissue samples and the benthic, basically mud samples. Those are now all distributed, and the labs have been given till the end of the year to produce results. And then what we'll be doing is doing some analysis, as I say, in small work groups, with the idea of having some sort of public meeting to describe those results. Ideally, if everything goes as we hope, around the end of March, beginning of April. That still puts the state in a position they can use that information to move forward. Obviously, you'll want to address how they're going to move forward to some of the drinking water folks who are on the call.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Okay.
No,
Jared, I'll give you more specifics later if you'd like.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that timeline update. That's good to know. From a method standpoint, it seemed like at the last adoption hearing, the definition that they used for microplastics ended up, they said would be used for other matrices. And so I was also curious, with the methods work you're doing, do you anticipate the recommendation of methods to the board will only be to drinking water. And I guess I've anecdotally heard critiques that the kind of quote unquote dirty water sample isn't really representative of stormwater or effluent. And so in terms of a method being devised off of that sample, there were some questions about that, but I wonder, well, maybe that dirty water sample is more for the drinking water side, you know, for kind of a worst case scenario. And so I was curious what your thoughts or intentions were there with that.
Right. So what Jared is referring to is, as I was walking through the matrices, there's actually a fourth matrix, which we call the dirty water sample. Jared, the dirty water sample is intended to mimic a water column sample in the ocean. So it's intended to mimic something that has plant material, things like algae, and other things that make it essentially harder to extract the plastics, and other complicating materials that you might, you know, debris and things that you might confuse with plastics. So it's not intended specifically for a stormwater sample or for a wastewater sample. Though I think what will happen is we'll learn a lot about how well the methods work in general. There will obviously be some specific differences if you wanted to do a wastewater sample. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like that the methods won't be for the wastewater, stormwater samples that come up in next summer.
Right, right. And in terms of, you know, how those will be advocated as specific methods, what we're a science organization. So what we'll do is we'll say, here are a range of different methods applied to a range of different matrices. Here's how well they performed. After that, there then becomes, in a sense, an information quality consideration. In other words, how good are the methods? There's also a cost consideration. How much does it cost in time or dollars to actually do those methods? They're not all equal in that regard. The state will have to make that, they have a very specific requirement to make that decision, and there's a timeline for making that decision with regards to drinking water. For the others, it's a little bit softer. It's part of a California ocean microplastics strategy the OPC is responsible for doing, again, in partnership with other agencies. I imagine that they will use that information for some level of guidance, but it's not quite as formal as it is for drinking water.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
I have a question, if I could. This is Evelyn. I'm from the Safe to Drink Working Group. Can you describe a little bit about the health effect studies that are being conducted or will be conducted about dangers of microplastics and how this is going to be presented in this conference?
So it's a little bit less about studies that we are conducting and more about where is the state of the science. So we have about 10 presenters, 3 of which are going to be doing what I call summary presentations, essentially summarizing where the state of the science is, kind of integration, almost like a literature review. And then another half dozen or so that are researchers who are active in the field who are going to be talking about their most recent research. If you want to get an idea of what the titles for those talks are, there was a mailer that Nick sent out to the council that had a link to a website where the speakers and the titles are all listed. If you don't have the thing that Nick sent out, you can probably just Google SQUIRP Microplastics Health Effects Workshop. I'm sure it will come up.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. Nick, did you want to give your update?
I certainly can, yes. Let's see. First off, I wanted to say that I missed a couple people on the introductions. So the Jay Davis from the San Francisco Estuary Institute and the chair of the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group, aka Safe to Eat work group, is also on the line, as well as Susanna Thoreau, or Susie, from SQUIRP, who's also the chair of the Molecular Methods work group. as well as Karen Black and Alicia Wenzel, who are part of the Safe to Swim network and the work groups associated with that. So they're all on the line as well. Thanks for joining. And thanks for all those great updates. One that's not on my bulleted list here of an upcoming event that I sent out yesterday, or actually a few weeks ago, I may have sent out a follow-up. The regional monitoring program for the San Francisco Bay is holding their 27th annual meeting on October 6th from 9 to 4, and registration is open for that, and probably closing soon. So if you need any information on that, let me know. The first one, the CASPA conference was last week, and we participated thanks to Grant Sharp, who, along with myself, we applied for a 90-minute panel discussion, and that was accepted for day 2 in the morning under the TMDL and monitoring implementation track. And Grant moderated that session. I and 5 other work group representatives gave short talks on the council itself, which is what I kind of did, and talked about where we have been and where we're going, talked about our strategic plan and why we were trying to engage with CASPA. And then we had work group representatives that had a nexus within the stormwater realm give a kind of a pitch for what the work group was doing and why CASPA stakeholders should think about participating as well in those work groups. We had the environmental flows work group represented, thanks to Eric Stein at SQUIRP. We had the Healthy Watersheds Partnership represented, as well as the Safe to Swim network and the homeless subcommittee from the trash work group. And the wetland work group as well, all gave short talks, and we had a moderated Q&A afterwards that seemed to go very well. So that was on the September 16th, the morning of the 16th, that we gave that talk. Speaking of the wetland work group, they asked me to give that an update, and they are, as a work group, planning to utilize the strategic tools that we created for the work groups to help them develop their own strategic plan, and they are very much going to work in line with the council's overall strategic goals, and they are actively working on that process. The work group also has met with Gina Ford and Jim Falter of RAPTR, or RAPTR. I do not know what that acronym stands for. But they met for about 2 hours to explore the use of the RAMP tool set, and they're likely to have some follow-up communication and collaboration with that group. The National Water Quality Monitoring Council is back in active. I think that they are hopeful that with the November election that things could change and OCWI could come back, but either way, they're proceeding as an advisory type committee, and the states are still actively meeting, and I still represent the Region 9 states and California specifically. The biggest update there is that they are still planning to hold their conference, which is the main output for that entity. It'll be all virtual. We decided that at the last national meeting that we're gonna, rather than try to force an in-person or a hybrid approach, that the most prudent and kind of wise decision was to go all virtual, given the current situation with COVID and people working from home and not being able to travel, as well as budget constraints. Currently, the conference is scheduled for April 19th through the 23rd of 2021. There's a call for abstracts that I sent out, and it's been distributed to all of the council's LERIS lists, but we encourage you all to submit an abstract, especially the work groups, and feel free to distribute that widely. It's kind of a unique opportunity, given that there's no out-of-state travel required. Normally, this was supposed to take place in Rhode Island, which has all sorts of issues, especially for many people traveling from California and within state agencies traveling from out of state is difficult. So the virtual environment does have some positives in that more people can participate. So I encourage you all to take a look at and spread the word on to groups that you feel would have a particular nexus within that conference. Lastly, the Water Data Consortium, which is, if you're not aware, is a new 501c3 organization that was created out of the AB 1755 effort. They recently acquired a CEO and Tara Moran, and I was selected to be on the steering committee as a representative for the council and state agencies. And that's expected to be announced on October 22nd at a meeting. I had a nice conversation with Tara just to kind of go over what, again, to orient her to what the council is and kind of our overlying goals within the AB 1755 sphere. And I rolled out the data lifecycle images to kind of show where we thought that the AB 1755 group had a particular expertise in venue for addressing, and then where the council and the work groups really fit in for the turning data into information side of things, as well as the monitoring itself and those pieces of the life cycle. She seemed very excited to be working with us in the work groups. I highlighted, as the consortium and goes to develop their own user and technical work groups, that they need not start from scratch, that there is a lot of work that's been done within the work groups to bring collaboration and expertise together and to leverage those. And she seemed very excited about that, potential additional collaboration there and utilizing our work groups as a starting point or to build upon their own work groups. I also was talking to her about potential, I brought up that our main weakness was that our lack of resources, both monetary and in personnel, and inquired about, there's a water data administration fund that's identified in the AB 1755 language. And while I'd originally thought the consortium was slated to manage that fund, they do not, but they are a nonprofit organization that can accept donations from outside entities. And we've been discussing the possibility that if there were an outside sort of benefactor or an outside agency that was willing to dedicate funds and resources to help the work groups take, say, a portal to the next level, that they could be a potential avenue for accepting and then distributing that money as a kind of a grantee type of scenario. So we are exploring that as kind of an option to help provide another avenue for the work groups to accept funding, because we both agree that the work groups themselves are basically use cases for the AB 1755 effort, and that there's definite overlap within those two spheres, and that we could gain mutual benefit from the work groups being given some resources to bring the portals either up to date or to take them to the next level. So we're exploring that, as well as within the partner agency team within AB 1755, bringing up this water data administration fund and talking more about that, because it's kind of been put on the back burner as this consortium was built together. But now it's an opportunity to kind of revisit that and how it could be managed as a kind of a fund to accept resources and distribute them, and how that would be governed. So those are my updates. Any questions?
All right, hearing none, let's move on then to item 4, which is the MOU update. Nick, do you want to just give an update on where we are with revising the MOU, and then I have a little bit of an update on briefing the agency secretary.
Sure. So we talked about the MOU at the last meeting, and it really wasn't ready, even though I did share it, just because we had promised to share something with you earlier in the year. So when we ended the meeting in July, Karen, our attorney from OCC, and I kind of sat down and re-looked at the MOU along with Phil Wiles to kind of look to where we wanted to go, especially in light of the new strategic plan that was finalized at the July meeting. We did draft a new MOU, which I have shared with the council members and the work groups. There are small tweaks and changes and updates just based on the new kind of environment that we're living in, as far as we took out a lot of information that was on some outdated legislation and tried to incorporate the changes that have occurred since the Natural Resources Agency's withdrawal of its co-chair responsibilities back in late 2018. We also included some specific entities by name that we think should be participating, and also opened the door for additional member seats, specifically in the academia realm, as well as some of potentially some of the underserved type of communities. And so those are kind of the highlighted changes. The strategy here at this point within that draft is not to go too far down one path without briefing the secretaries again. Karen and I briefed Secretary Blumenfeld back when he first took his position, and updated him on keeping the council up and running. But we never really had a chance to speak with Secretary Crowfoot. So before we, go too far with updating the MOU, we thought it would be wise to re-engage both secretaries at the same time and see if maybe Secretary Crowfoot would want to reinstate the responsibilities from the original MOU, and just kind of talk with the actual secretaries to see how we want to move forward. And then we had, if you remember, we wrote a charter document quickly in late 2018, early 2019, as kind of a placeholder document to outline how we were going to operate as a council in response to the Natural Resources Agency's withdrawal of certain responsibilities. And the vision for that document would be to convert it into a new type of updated governance document, because there's a governance document that is from 2010 that needs to be revisited, and this charter kind of already incorporates a lot of the key parts of that document, as well as recognizes some of the new direction that we are moving in. So that's the general update for the MOU.
Yeah, and I'll just add a couple things. First is that we don't have a date yet for the briefing, but I am working with my contact at Cal EPA to get that on the schedule. I just pinged her this week. It's on her list. So I'm just continuing to be a pest. The other thing I wanted to just query the group, and thought that it might be useful to have other council members participate in the briefing. First, I'm thinking Chad Dibble, since we'll be briefing hopefully your secretary along with ours, it might make sense for you to attend the briefing, or maybe your director. I'm not sure what you would recommend. What's that?
Chad's hand's actually raised too, so he might want to respond.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, whenever you're done, Karen. Go ahead, Karen, when you're done.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so Chad, I thought that would be helpful. And then I don't know if any of the other council members would like to participate, but we could certainly include maybe one other council member. I don't want to make it a huge group to brief the secretaries, but it might be valuable context. So with that, Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Nick, so the group knows I sent Nick a couple of just minor grammatical edits that I saw in the actual MOU. As I'm looking through it a little bit more, we may want to think through, sort of the calling out of other departments, and just really think through how we're phrasing that as far as engagement, or what the MOU is stating. Is it we feel they're imperative to participate with us. We think it would be really helpful. Are we asking them, et cetera. So I want to look at that language maybe a little bit more and think through it in section 5, I think it is. So I think that's really helpful. So thank you for that. I absolutely would like to be a part of the briefing, and I need to figure out strategically how we do that in talking with my director, Chuck Bonham, and working that up through agency. The last thing I want is a surprise from your shop over to our agency, and we haven't had a chance to work that through. So let's be coordinated on that if we can. I will know that if we're ready, I can try to get on Chuck's calendar and work our way up so that it's not a surprise when it comes over and they go, what's this? So let me work on that. And I don't know if that's offline or what we need to do, Karen, to work that through, but let's definitely keep in touch on that.
Yeah,
So,
let's have an offline conversation, and thanks for that willingness to help grease the skids on your end. I do want to note that the intent is not to bring a fully baked MOU to the secretaries, because we have made a significant change since the original, and we're hoping that Secretary Crowfoot will want to re-engage more fully and have a co-chair, and so that's part of the objective of the briefing, is to see if there's an appetite for that.
okay, fair enough. It'll be helpful for us to, again, just get coordinated on that so I can let them know what's coming.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Are there any other members that would like to participate?
This is Jared with CASA. I would be interested in participating, and I just want to really confirm and affirm. I think the new MOU that was out there really seemed to fit with the old MOU and our charter, and it really seemed to bridge that gap of where the council is going in the future. And I kind of had that question. It seemed like in that section 5, there was almost a question of where resources wanted to fit themselves in, and so it helps to understand that this is kind of a general idea or pitch, but it's still an open dialogue to see, more formally where they're going. But I would be interested in participating if it's not at the expense of others.
Aaron, this is Steve. I'd like to participate if possible as well.
Yeah, I was thinking one of our founding council members might be really good to attend as a historical context as well. So thanks for that, Steve.
One other suggestion I had in the draft briefing document that's been put together, the little 2-pager, is that you may want to think more about the water portfolio, the resilience portfolio that's out, and connect that. There's specifically 2 actions in the portfolio, 8.1 and 9.4, that talk about harmful algal blooms and developing sort of functional ecosystem flows, what have you, that have specific requirements.
You're cutting out, Chad.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, you mentioned there are 2 actions in the portfolio. I'm assuming that the rest of the sentence was related to data and the monitoring council.
It's tied to 8.1 and 9.4 in the portfolio, and there's just a connection there that when you're talking with the resource agency, Secretary Crowfoot, there's a connection there as to the good work that's being done here and how that relates to the portfolio. And I just thought that was missing, so we could try to incorporate that somehow.
That's great advice. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a great inclusion for the MOU. It really makes a great nexus for the council's work.
Yeah, we've been trying to get this briefing going for so long. So much has happened since and gotten sort of finalized since we've been working on this, that we need to update our briefing notes. So thanks for that. We'll do that. Other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on then to our update on sewer shed surveillance for COVID-19. And I'll give a quick sort of tee up and then hand it over to my staff, Leslie Hart, to give a quick overview of what's been going on. We had a little bit of an update in our July meeting about the activities going on around sewer shed surveillance of basically wastewater and biosolids for COVID-19 in an attempt to use those data as ground truth for case data that's coming in from the communities. And this was first initiated in California by a researcher at Stanford, Ali Bain, who got some NSF funding back in February to begin taking samples and archiving them, and then also developing methods for wastewater. And since then has received some private foundation funding and has expanded beyond the few Bay Area wastewater treatment plants that she was initially working with. I think it started out with 8 or 9, has now expanded in California to 25 wastewater treatment plants and an additional 25 across the country. So that's one of several studies that are going on across the country, and many people are doing this work actually across the world. The Water Research Foundation has gotten involved and attempted to do some coordination. So without sort of stealing all of the thunder, that's kind of a quick overview of where this began, and much has happened since July, and I'll let Leslie give the overview, and then you can ask questions. So Leslie, are you available?
Yes, thank you, Karen, and good morning, everyone. I'm Leslie Hart, and I'm an environmental scientist in the Sustainable Water Plans and Policy section in the Division of Water Quality at the California State Water Resources Control Board. And I'm providing this talk today in lieu of Claire Wagner, who is the lead on this project, and she oversees the Sustainable Water Plans and Policy section at the Water Board. And also, as you know, Karen Mogus is here today, of course, and she has been heavily involved in this project and here to answer questions as well. Next slide, please. Oh, this one's great. So research scientists, utilities, and others around the world are investigating the potential to use sewer shed surveillance to inform COVID-19 epidemiology or wastewater-based epidemiology to improve our ability to respond to the current pandemic and plan for future outbreaks. I'm going to take a step back and provide some foundational information about sewer shed surveillance and the virus before providing some information on current efforts in the United States and highlighting where we are in California. Next slide, please. Severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, or SARS-CoV-2, is the virus that causes the disease known as COVID-19. And when the virus really hit here in March, we received a lot of questions about the safety of our water supplies, our water treatment systems, as well as concerns with a variety of exposure scenarios, including the safety of wastewater treatment plant operators. While this virus has caused the global pandemic, our experience with other pathogens and past outbreaks and pandemics led to the development and implementation of our modern sanitation systems and drinking water treatment plants that are there to protect public health from pathogens, including SARS-CoV-2. There is uncertainty about if and how infective virus is making it from people or being shed into wastewater and the sanitation system. And this is in part because studies are still emerging, and most studies to date have reported challenges being able to culture viable virus in sewage. Although there may be uncertainty about the presence of viable virus coming into these treatment facilities, our water and wastewater treatment facilities are designed to remove pathogens using various treatment processes. In some ways, SARS-CoV-2 is different than the majority of enteric pathogens we target in treatment. And this is because SARS-CoV-2 is an enveloped virus with that lipid membrane. So if the virus is present in untreated wastewater, it would typically associate with particulate matter and would be removed through the solids removal processes. Additionally, SARS-CoV-2 is particularly susceptible to the chemical treatment processes such as chlorination and UV disinfection. Next slide, please. We are starting to see data emerge, and studies are reporting that they are detecting the genetic fingerprint in SARS-CoV-2 at the head of the treatment plant, and in some cases, viable virus there as well. A few studies have detected the virus genetic material in their primary treated effluent, but most studies are not detecting a viable virus or the virus's genetic fingerprint in other treated wastewater, recycled water, or drinking water, including potable recycled water. Based on the current data and our understanding of this virus's anatomy and our treatment standards, we believe that our existing drinking water and wastewater treatment systems effectively treat and remove pathogens, including SARS-CoV-2. The Water Boards has 2 fact sheets with additional information that can be found on our website, and the fact sheet images on this slide have links, and these links are also included at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. One of the first steps of investigating an emerging contaminant or pathogen is being able to monitor it. For sewer shed surveillance, this means we need an analytical method that works in complex matrices like untreated wastewater and biosolids, which are the most challenging matrices to analyze. One aspect of monitoring is determining whether the virus is present and if it is viable or infective. And this is done through cell culture techniques to see if the virus is present in the sample and if it can replicate itself. And this is one of the most important aspects for us to be able to characterize situations where the virus could potentially be transmitted through various risk exposure scenarios. When we talk about sewer shed surveillance, more commonly people are analyzing the untreated wastewater and biosolids for the genetic fingerprint of the virus. They're looking for the viral RNA. This type of monitoring uses PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, to detect and quantify the virus's genetic material, and has some advantages because the methods have been developed so samples can be analyzed and reported in some cases within 24 hours of sampling. The RNA itself is not infective, and this method has not been yet developed to be able to assess if viable virus are in the sample. The presence of the viral RNA does not provide information on whether viable virus is present. You would have to use the cell culture method to answer that question. But PCR can provide a quantitative assessment of the SARS-CoV-2 genetic material, which can then be used in a variety of ways. Next slide, please. Sewage is an efficient pooled sample of prevalence of community infection. And if you are getting regular inputs to the system, which can provide a more accurate assessment of community infection because it is integrating the asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, symptomatic, or those with some subclinical symptoms, and they are all shedding virus into the collection system. The sewer shed monitoring data would not replace, but rather complement the clinical data and be used to achieve a number of investigatory objectives, such as identifying hotspots. It could be also used to track the prevalence of the infection in various populations depending on how the sampling is done. For example, the type of monitoring could also be very useful in rural communities or communities with limited access to clinical testing or where testing is cost prohibitive. Sewer shed monitoring could also be used to provide an early detection of the disease. In some cases, the virus was detected in the sewer shed days before they saw the corresponding spike in the clinical data. This can also be used to identify trends or track changes in infection, track the impact of medical and social interventions, and make decisions of whether to implement or relax those interventions. It can also be used to conduct risk assessments and evaluate potential risks for facility operators or evaluate other exposure scenarios. And it can also be used to for tracking the evolution of the virus and its temporal and geographic spread and control. But in order for this type of monitoring to be used to inform to make decisions about public health, the work needs to be done in coordination with state and local health departments. With some of these things that are being being done now in the state and elsewhere throughout the world, the accuracy and utility of this monitoring is still being developed and refined as the new research emerges. And there are a number of data gaps that need to be filled before we can reliably achieve some of these objectives. Next slide, please. These include research needs on wastewater or sewer shed side of things, on the wastewater sewer shed side of things, including best practices for sample collection, storage, and analysis, to looking at the stability in the genetic material in the sewer system, understanding the sewer shed specific characteristics, and other potential influences on the sample and analyses. There is also clinical research that is needed, particularly the fecal shedding rate and how this changes over time based on a person's demographics and state of infection. Both types of research will be needed to develop and refine a model to use the SARS-CoV-2 monitoring data from the sewer shed to predict infection in a population and make public health decisions. Next slide, please. We had a panel of speakers present on the data gaps at the August 18th board meeting, including Dr. Alexandria Bohm with Stanford, as Karen had mentioned, Dr. Brian Pexon, and Adam Olivieri at Trestle Technologies, Karen Mogus at the State Water Board, and Dr. Peter Gravatt at the Water Research Foundation. And there was also the Water Research Foundation's International Summit in April. And both of these recordings are available online and can provide a deeper dive into the research needs. Next slide, please. Although there are data gaps, monitoring for SARS-CoV-2 is occurring throughout the United States and many places across the world, and it is making national and international headlines. Next slide, please. There are a number of states in the United States that have initiated sewer shed surveillance projects for COVID-19, and this is by no means comprehensive, but more a subsample of the activities that are going on. One of the questions that has come up is who should be taking the lead on this, whether it be the utilities, academia, state water quality protection agencies, or public health departments. Our initial conversations with the CDC pushed us to think of this not like our traditional environmental surveillance, but more like clinical data being collected through wastewater monitoring to ensure the data meet their needs and can be used by public health officials for making decisions about public health. Because of this, it may seem logical for the public health departments to take the lead on wastewater-based epidemiology, but the reality is most of them are overwhelmed right now and trying to manage this pandemic. Even if resources eventually become available, we anticipate that there will need to be strong leadership from the public health sector, but we will all need to pitch in to develop and implement successful surveillance programs. And in fact, for each of these states that have already initiated their sewer shed surveillance programs, the collaborative partnerships have been instrumental in the success of the programs, and all have been done in collaboration with public health departments. Next slide, please. Thanks. So I wanted to provide an update of where we are in California. We know there have been a number of research projects and utility sampling, but in an attempt to get an understanding of who is doing what, we included questions regarding COVID monitoring in a recent survey of wastewater treatment plants. The survey mirrored one that was sent to drinking water plants and was designed to obtain information about the fiscal and operational impacts that wastewater treatment facilities are experiencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We also asked whether facilities were sampling for SARS-CoV-2 in their waste stream, and if so, at what frequency, in what locations, for example, the collection system, the influent, effluent, and biosolids, and which laboratory is analyzing the samples, and whether the data are being submitted to the local health officials. The voluntary survey was sent to 2,900 facilities on July 7th, and a month later, we received responses from 256 facilities. About 24 facilities responded that they are monitoring for SARS-CoV-2, while 229 reported that they are not. About 10 of the facilities that are monitoring also are providing the information to the local health department. These data were recently reported, and we are still compiling and analyzing the data. But our board recently expressed interest in seeing if we could get more responses to the survey. Next slide, please. These efforts have also revealed the need to obtain reliable electronic maps of sewer systems statewide. The Water Board's statewide sanitary sewer system order does require that wastewater facilities maintain maps of their collection system, but does require that wastewater facilities maintain maps of their collection system, but does not require that they be submitted electronically. Staff are proposing to include this requirement in the upcoming reissuance of the sanitary sewer system order. And this will help us map the sewer shed surveillance data to align it with clinical data in a community. Next slide, please. While sewer shed surveillance has a lot of potential, research scientists around the world are rapidly working to address clinical and sewer shed research needs, which will improve and develop the utility and accuracy of this tool, which will then in turn improve our ability to respond to the current pandemic and plan for future outbreaks for this pathogen and others. While we may be able to start seeing trends in the virus concentration at some locations, we can't currently use the sewer shed monitoring data to accurately predict the prevalence of COVID-19 infections in the population until we have additional research that is completed. Next slide, please. However, there is value in the existing work, but we recommend establishing clear project objectives and data users as it will help with designing your study, sampling plan, and reporting procedures. Also, there are a number of decisions to make where you will need to evaluate trade-offs, such as if you want to assess trends. The analyses tend to take longer and they are more costly versus presence-absence data, which has a shorter turnaround time. And also the level of accuracy you need can affect the cost and time of your analyses. Next slide, please. The objectives will help determine the level of accuracy needed in your data, particularly when conducting quantitative analyses to establish trends in the concentration of the virus. In 2018, the State Water Board provided a grant to the Water Research Foundation to develop a quality assurance project plan, or a QAP, and standard operating procedures, or SOPs, for quantifying selected pathogens in untreated wastewater as part of our direct potable reuse research. And in March 2020, we asked them to include SARS-CoV-2. The team was able to optimize the quantitative analytical method for SARS-CoV-2, and the QAP and SOP are publicly available. As people continue to conduct monitoring, we want to encourage them to use the standard operating procedures or a method with equivalent QA/QC measures and performance metrics. We also want them to be sure to document the metadata, having good lab practices, as these are all important to understand data quality and data comparability as people start to compare and analyze the data. There is also a follow-up study at the Water Research Foundation led by Dr. Pexon, who was the principal investigator developing out the QAP and the SOP. That will evaluate a number of analytical methods that are being used now and compare them so that we will have a better idea of ideal lab techniques to generate the best data. We anticipate the results of the methods comparisons by the end of the year or early next year. And in the meantime, we know that there are methods out there that produce accurate and reliable results. Next slide, please. Unlike some other emerging contaminants or pathogens that we know pose a risk to public health, the State Water Board is not planning to require that all wastewater treatment plants or water utilities conduct monitoring for SARS-CoV-2. Moving forward, we want to emphasize the importance of a statewide coordination because it will also help plan for adequate laboratory capacity, prioritizing sampling and analysis, ensuring timely reporting, and minimize or prevent supply chain disruptions to ensure the highest priority COVID-19 work is getting done in the state. Also, the data needs to meet the needs of the end user. The monitoring that is now occurring in California has been to answer specific research questions or for utilities to investigate their influent and treated wastewater to see if there is viable virus present or detect a genetic fingerprint of the virus, and to document removal of the virus through their treatment systems. Some utilities and researchers are sending these data to local or state health officials. But for the SARS-CoV-2 monitoring data to be used to inform public health or make decisions about public health, we need to develop a statewide sewer shed surveillance program where we work with the California Department of Public Health, local health departments, the Center of Disease Control, CDC, utilities, and academia to develop and implement a statewide study design and sampling regime. We have seen in other states like Nevada, Oregon, Utah, and Ohio that develop these collaborative partnerships that are instrumental in the success of the programs. These discussions are underway in California among our agency, California Department of Public Health, CDC, utilities, and researchers. But as I mentioned earlier, the public health departments are so extremely busy right now. Our agency is trying to find ways to provide support moving this forward, but the public health departments are trying to triage what COVID work needs to get done first, given the resources. So if we move forward, we would likely use a phased approach. In the meantime, the California State Water Board will be working with government operations and California Department of Public Health to develop a statewide data repository and data engagement project for SARS-CoV-2 monitoring, data that may not be destined for the national, or that may not be destined for the national database, but should be publicly available. And this is because even though they may not have been collected or analyzed in a consistent statewide effort, there is still a lot of value in these data and a lot that can be learned. So we may be reaching out to have people voluntarily report these data. Next slide, please. So I've included additional information and links at the end of the slide deck. The next 5 slides have these additional links and information if you're interested, and we also have the information on our website. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Leslie. I did want to see, is Sasha on? There's a group in the Bay Area. I don't see her. There's a group in the Bay Area that has really gotten a lot of interest, both from their local health officers as well as the facilities in the area, and the universities, who are really doing a lot, not just in the influent to the wastewater treatment plants, but up in the sewer shed, and they're looking to evaluate local potential hotspots like nursing facilities, areas where there may be many cases coming out of the community. And so they had requested some time on the agenda today. Sorry, I didn't have my video on. But I do not see her on the list of participants. At any rate, are there any questions for me or Leslie?
It could also be that we're ahead of schedule by about 30 minutes. So that could be one.
Good point.
This is Jared with CASA, and Leslie, great presentation. Really excited to see the states work on this, and we're from our sector's perspective, very happily to partner where we can. And just want to acknowledge the survey you mentioned, the results. There was an extension provided to the initial survey for the wastewater agencies, and I think we sent out a notice to our members as well as the other clean water associations, and we ended up, I think, helping the sample size increase by about 25%. But hearing that you want more responses and more input, we're happy to recirculate that. So in terms of how to connect or how to get that survey reactivated, we could probably do that offline, but just to let you know here, we're happy to engage on that front. We also we just wanted to say thanks for the state water boards issuing out their notices or their alerts with regard to the effectiveness of conventional treatment in terms of inactivating the virus and assuring the public that the virus isn't, passing through the system and, out there active after treatment. We appreciate the chance to partner there with that message. In terms of agencies, I know that several of our members are engaged in this effort, but we're also on the research level connecting with a lot of different institutions or organizations conducting research. In particular, we've seen some stuff out of Arizona with research there on biosolids as well as the water. And I think researchers there ended up doing some pilot projects in the dormitories. And I just saw an article, I think it was in Politico, but where they successfully identified an uptick in the virus's prevalence. And then we're able to take the corresponding actions to try to, respond in minimizing the spread of COVID there in that situation. I think the real challenge remains with how do you scale up a project like that kind of in a microcosm to even a town level if you're a college in a small city town, but then going to an urban population. And I think, Steve, I've heard the Scorp's doing some work on this, and I'd be very curious to hear kind of where you're working in this space. But also just to reiterate our sector's commitment to partnering alongside of the state as we deal with this pandemic and trying to get in front of it to prevent its spread. So thank you for the presentation today and great work.
So I'll respond to Jared's question, but maybe I'll preface it by also saying, yes, great presentation, Leslie, and I'll maybe finish, Nick, with a larger question for you. But in terms of things that we're doing, Jared, I think the biggest focus that we have right now is transitioning the methodology from what is essentially a quantitative PCR-based method, qPCR-based method, to a droplet digital PCR-based method. The advantage of that is you get a whole bunch extra sensitivity. And so when we're trying to simply look at the big unifying system, like the treatment plant, the qPCR method worked great, and it's wonderful that the state board helped to standardize the methodology around that, because just that's a challenge. But if you're trying to get after, what happens, like, are there any cases at all at a nursing home or in a dormitory? You want to get the levels down. And so as part of that, you need to investigate how the samples are preserved, because a lot of the viruses are lost in that, how they're extracted, because a lot is lost in that, and then finally how they're processed. And so we're doing a lot of work in that area. We're part of the Stanford team. So I think that's where our effort is. But wanting to finish up, Nick, this is wonderful. I'm just so impressed by how California is out in front of this, not only at the research stage, but also, as the survey says, you have a lot of utilities who stepped up and got on this very quickly. I saw in the chat that Shelley Walter added a link to what her organization has done and is put out there every week. I think it's just fantastic. But on the other hand, we're not fully using it. And I don't know whether that's because we haven't effectively communicated with the health departments yet, whether they don't feel the information is solid enough, or whether we just need to do those other research elements. like understanding the defecation rates and the transport decay kind of things before they'll use it. But there's so much potential out there. I guess, Nick, the question for you is, maybe for you, Leslie, is what else can the council do to help it get from what is a good spot to a great spot? Because I think all the potential is there with the enthusiasm of the people who are collecting the data and the researchers who are working to get us to the next step. How do we close the loop to really make this front and center in the decision process?
Well, I think we do what we're doing now, which is getting the word out that there are SOPs, that there are QAPPs available, that that other people are working on this, and to help with the coordination effort. This is a little different than other types of monitoring that we talk about, where there are multiple agencies across the state agencies that have data and are collecting data. It's really a focused group of facilities that the water board has direct contact with. So keeping that coordination among the science community and the academia, along with the state agencies, is, I think, the role that the council can play. We've done a lot of the effort to work on standardizing methods, like you said, Steve, you and the working on the team with the researchers. So I don't know that the council necessarily has a role in that, but the coordination and communication of what's going on, I think, is what I'd like the council to continue on this front.
So Karen, the kind of thing I was thinking of is the power of the council is the ability to talk as a cohesive group and convey things up to higher levels. Has for instance, the governor been briefed on this? Would it help if the council were to take a motion of some sort that endorsed what is being done, recognized it officially as a council, and then that were transmitted to the governor, or transmitted to the Cal EPA secretary, or transmitted to the Department of Public Health secretary?
Potentially. We could certainly speak as a group as to what would be needed.
I mean, I would love to see us come up with a resolution of sorts that says, that recognizes the, I guess I'll call it the proactive and cohesive and quality work that's being done to provide information, so that when it reaches the governor's office, it's not one individual saying, I think you got something good, but it's a council that was established to do exactly this, saying, we endorse what's going on here. These are some maybe additional steps that are going on that need to play out or need to be supported. But the information is ready to use in this capacity and will soon be ready to use in this additional capacity. Please pay attention to it and use it.
This is Jared. I think there's merit to that, Steve. And I think another prong of the benefit of that would be to the legislature. And hearing the dialogue at the State Water Board's August 18th meeting, it was kind of a joke, but they used quotes, air quotes, for extra credit to describe staff's commitment to be working on this. And it seems like there really does need to be dedicated staff to this from a resource perspective. And it seemed like there needs to be more work done on our side to kind of spoon feed it over to departments of public health locally and to the state. And so having something like this, I think, would reaffirm and reiterate the importance of that effort and how it can provide a real service to the state. But I also think funding for these efforts are critical because it's not done in a vacuum, and there's a lot of extra credit, shall we say, that people are spending their time on doing. And so, having some kind of conversation with the subcommittees in the legislature. I know obviously the council has its, the wall between what they can do with the legislature, but there are members on the council who don't have that same prohibition. And, this is certainly something we would advocate for the state funding. And so I think a statement like that would go a long way, and I'd support something like that.
Are other council members interested in preparing a resolution or a letter of some kind?
I'd very much support that. It also just is very much in alignment with the Monitoring Council. We're talking about a resolution to make a statement on standardized monitoring and reporting of water quality. So, you know.
I also
could.
This is Peter.
Go ahead, Peter.
I was just saying that I also very much am in support of that as well. I think it's an important thing that we should be doing.
Yeah, this is Helen. I would support that as well. I think it would be a good thing for us to do.
I'm wondering if we could gather a group of the council to help Nick draft something. I'm thinking Steve and either Jared or Shelley from the POTW community might be well suited to draft the message for the rest of the council's review and eventual approval.
I was about to volunteer, so I'd be happy to help with that.
And I suggested it, so I cannot volunteer.
Sarah Ryan has had her hand up for a while, and so I do want to give her the floor for a question or a comment.
Thanks, Karen. This was a really interesting presentation, and I work for one of the tribes in California. I'm also a CCHAP co-chair, as I mentioned earlier. We actually do this COVID testing of our wastewater system here at the tribe's water plant. And so it has been really useful for us to see, and we've had some low detects, basically detected, not quantified results. And I agree with the previous speakers that it's a missed opportunity for communication and collaboration and just a little more control over, you know, what these public water system or wastewater systems are identifying. But my question is, has there been any review or any thought to what this means in terms of sanitary sewer overflows and septic systems that are older systems that are on a lake shore? Like, for example, on Clear Lake, we have some aging septic systems which are would never be permitted today, but are have either surfacing effluent or definitely putting we're finding E. coli and other contaminants in the lake on the shoreline. So just wondering what this could mean in terms of those sources for the virus.
That's a good question. I am aware of some receiving water monitoring going on, but not necessarily in the context of septics, and honestly don't know what the results have been. We could certainly follow up and see if we can find out if there's additional monitoring. Shelley, did you have something to add?
Sure. I just wanted to say that Leslie kind of echoed this in her presentation, but the information that we have so far is that the virus is not infective in these systems. So even the treatment plant operators are not taking extraordinary precautions within the treatment plants, because it just, you know, in terms of any other vector in the system, it's no different, and it is looking like it's breaking down, so it's not communicable.
I think Sarah's question was more around the sanitary sewer overflows prior to treatment and flows from leaking septic systems.
Right. And so our detection studies are coming into the plant, are influent, right? So it's not what we're treating and then looking at it afterwards. All the data that I just shared that we've been taking is before.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Thanks for
Is
that.
that data available? You said you just shared it, Shelley.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Do you see the chat?
Yes, I do. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on LACSD's main website. There's a big COVID data. Was last updated yesterday.
Thank you. Karen, if there is any interest in that, I mean, we are on the shores of Clear Lake right next to a high density septic system that is not tribally operated, but is nearby. And I think, you know, there could be an opportunity for some additional review, but it's good to know that the studies so far have shown that there's no infective virus in the wastewater at this point.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to call out Sasha Harris-Lovett, who has joined us from UC Berkeley, and thought if you wanted to mention what's going on in the Bay Area. My apologies, we were ahead of schedule, so you missed our presentation, but please give us an overview of what's going on in the Bay Area. I did tee it up a little bit.
Great, thank you. So, hi everyone, my name is Sasha Harris-Lovett. I work at the Berkeley Water Center, which is at UC Berkeley. And there's a team at UC Berkeley led by Professor Kara Nelson that is working in close collaboration with local public health agencies and wastewater agencies, as well as the team at Stanford, to implement a regional monitoring effort for SARS-CoV-2 and wastewater in the Bay Area. So at UC Berkeley, we received a grant from a private foundation to build a high throughput lab to test wastewater. And now we're in the process of working with the public health officials around the Bay and the wastewater agencies to figure out the right sampling locations and frequency of sampling to be able to take data to inform decision making. And as you can see on the slide, we're going to be working with SFEI, the San Francisco Estuary Institute, to develop data visualizations, which will be for the public health officials. And so this whole effort, we're calling it COVID Web, Wastewater Epidemiology for the Bay Area. And it's guided by a steering committee, which has public health officers or officials and wastewater agency representatives, as well as people from the California Department of Public Health. So we also have a monthly working group meeting, which is open to anyone who's interested to kind of provide updates and keep everyone in the loop as there are new developments. So the lab at UC Berkeley we've hired staff and gotten equipment, and we're expecting it to be fully operational starting next week. So we'll have a 72-hour turnaround time on the wastewater results. And as this is going, this is really an iterative process. We're learning more and more about you know, the intricacies of sampling wastewater and analyzing it. And so Kara Nelson's research lab is also doing research to refine these methods as we go along. Are there any questions about this? Happy to take questions.
Can you speak to some of the upper sewer shed sampling that is going on under the Bay Area, the WEB group?
Yeah, so we are piloting some wastewater sampling upstream in the sewer shed because several public health officials have told us that would be really helpful to be able to say at a skilled nursing facility, for example, are there cases or not? And similarly at UC Berkeley campus, they're interested in testing their dormitories. And we're also taking regular samples at San Quentin Prison per the request of the Marin County Public Health Officer. So there's still some kind of methodological scientific uncertainty about testing upstream in the sewer shed because the sewage is less well mixed there. And we're not entirely certain it will be a useful tool because of that. And because of the variabilities in human shedding of the virus in their feces. But we think it's really promising. So we're working with the San Francisco Department of Public Health and a skilled nursing facility in San Francisco to match case data with the wastewater testing data at a facility where they're doing regular testing of all the residents in a skilled nursing facility. We're doing the same thing at the UC Berkeley campus. and at San Quentin. And this data will help us better quantify kind of the uncertainty associated with the wastewater measurements. So we'll be able to better quantify the rates of false positives or false negatives and the detection limit at these upstream sites. So there's a lot of promise with the upstream sites, and we're definitely pursuing it and researching it at the same time to make sure that the information is indeed reliable and useful.
Thank you, Sasha. Any questions?
Just a comment. Congratulations to you and SFEI. And maybe, Nick, this is even something we can include in our letter, because it's not just about the science, it's about the communication of that science. And building this kind of dashboard that lets people gather that information, explains to them what they're seeing is the part that we just haven't got around to as well as we could.
Thanks. Yeah, we're really excited to be working with SFEI on the data visualization. So we'll keep you all posted as that comes online.
Yeah, I agree with that, Steve. And I was thinking it earlier that that's really one of the core functions of the council's work is providing that portal to the public to let them know. And this seems to really, be an opportunity to realize that part of our mission.
So just to clarify, our visualizations at first will be solely for the public health agencies. And that was at the request of the public health agencies in our steering committee. Because the wastewater data right now there are still uncertainties about its validity, and it's best used in tandem with other case data and contact tracing data to get a full picture of what's going on. We were requested to make those visualizations designed for the consumption of public health decision makers. But we're hopeful that at some point down the line, as we get more confidence in the data, that there will be aspects of it that will be available to the public.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you again, Sasha. And we've got an action item for Steve, Shelley, and Nick to work together on a letter from the council to, well, I guess we'll have to figure out who we're going to send it to, expressing the need to standardize data and make sure that it can be comparable across data collectors and the importance of that.
Josh Collins from SFEI has also got his hand raised and would like to say something.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. Could be technical difficulties.
Nick,
Oh,
Nick, this is Warner Chabot. I don't know why. Somehow I just realized this is Warner Chabot. You've listed me as Josh Collins for some reason. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. I'm the executive director of SFEI. The slide that you put up, I appreciate it, but it almost made it appear that this was like a project being led by SFEI, and I want to be very clear that this is a project that's being led by the Berkeley Water Center. They got the funding, they organized the both the steering committee and a larger group of both water utility leaders and public health officers. I think what's important about this is that it is a multi-county, multi-facility regional effort. It's pulling together a wide range of both academic leaders, but more importantly, being kind of directed by the needs of the public health, local and county public health officers. It's recognizing that the public health community are the ones that are on the front line, and that those of us in the research, the academic, and the water utility sector are working sort of in service to their needs. And therefore, we will be working with Greg Gerhardt at State Water Board, as well as with the team at Berkeley and the public health officers, to make sure that they define specifically what data they need, what information and formats they want it in, so that we can produce it to meet their specific needs. And I think what's important about this is the fact that it's an effort to do this, across many different facilities in many different counties, so that we have a program for the entire region. We have been able to map with the Regional Water Board all the 130 plus sewage sheds in the Bay Area, so that we hope that this program will be able to grow. Finally, I would say that the state of Utah has had a statewide program in place for 3 or 4 months. The state of Michigan, as you may know, just allocated $10 million to do a statewide program. I do believe that this is the biggest public health, global issue of public health outside of climate change on the planet right now. And I am very grateful for the leadership that Steve and others put forward to try to elevate this to administration and legislative leaders, because I do believe that ultimately some support, and either policy or funding support from the state, will be essential to accelerate this very critical and necessary work. So thank you for your leadership in putting together a message that will go to them to help raise the profile of this.
Thank you, Warner. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, then we'll go ahead and move on. Is there a time frame? I'm assuming that the time frame for such a letter will not have to wait until our next meeting, and that we could approve content virtually by email. I don't know if we have to have a special meeting in order to approve it, but Nick and I will consult our Office of Chief Counsel to see if that's necessary. I don't think it is. So we'll move forward with that, hopefully relatively quickly. I'll let Shelley and Steve and Nick confer on how long they need to turn something around.
I agree, Karen, and I would also add, just it's been really helpful when Nick has shared things on a shared drive so that we can do live edits and get this thing turned around as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Really kind of exciting, interesting work that we get to do. Somebody said extra credit earlier, and yeah, those of us who are working on it are doing it for extra credit at the moment. Maybe we can get some resources, as Warner pointed out, to expand it further and make it all the more useful for the public health officials to make decisions moving forward as we continue to experience the pandemic. All right, so seeing no other questions or comments, I'm going to move on to item number 6, the Community Engagement Survey update. And Helen, I'm going to give you the floor.
All right, thanks, Karen. So I'm going to be reporting back on the results of a survey that the subcommittee put together to assess what small monitoring groups were needing help with, as well as to learn about their work and what they're doing. And the goal was to find ways that the council could assist these groups. So we publicized in a few different places, including at the Data Science Symposium last year, but we didn't get a ton of responses. A lot of folks weren't super excited about taking a survey. But we incentivized it this year with a dissolved oxygen meter giveaway from YSI, and then sent it out to the Clean Water Team listservs, and we ended up with about 100 responses total. And so thanks to Eric Burrs for working with me on that one. And can you go to the next slide? This is just some text that we included on there. It was intended for community-led water quality monitoring groups, not permittees. Next slide. And one more. All right, so about 70% of the respondents came from California. We did have some from out of state, and the majority of folks were from Central or Northern California. Next slide. Mostly we had responses from nonprofits, about 65%, and then kind of coming in with much smaller margins were resource conservation districts, universities or colleges, and then a smattering of other organizations. Next slide. So for most groups, the data that they collect are either critical or important to their project or mission. So that was pretty exciting to see. Next slide. About 3/4 of groups that responded are currently monitoring a water body, and about 1/4 were not, but we're planning to start. Next slide. And of that 1/4 that we're not currently monitoring, most, about 90%, were looking to start a new program rather than revive a past monitoring program. Next slide. Most groups do not have funding for their planned monitoring programs, not super surprisingly, but it is a good percent, about 75% don't have funding. Next slide. Just over half, about 60%, are collaborative though, so they work with multiple groups to monitor. So that was great to see. And we do have a list of resources. We had to fill in the blank, and we have a bunch of different venues or just partnerships that we can know about in the future. Next slide. So most groups are monitoring perennial or intermittent streams with kind of a smattering on other areas, including wetlands, lakes, and infrastructure. These results are from groups that are currently monitoring. One interesting note was that for groups that are not currently monitoring but planning to start, there was kind of a higher percentage of those who are interested in monitoring infrastructure. Next slide. In terms of parameters, not too surprising, most folks are monitoring the vital signs, so dissolved oxygen, pH, conductivity, temperature, turbidity, perhaps visual observations came in second, and then nutrients, physical habitat. Usually there's at least one response for everything we put down except for fracking fluids. Next slide. The majority of groups are monitoring monthly or seasonally. Next slide. So the top graph is from groups that are not currently monitoring. About 90% have not written a quality assurance project plan. And of groups that are monitoring, a still significant percentage, about 60%, have also not written a QAP. Next slide. Most commonly, folks cited lack of money as a reason for not writing one, although lack of time and lack of training were also up there, pretty much just lack of resources. Next slide. We asked about how groups shared data electronically, and the most common response was that groups do not, but would like to. Some folks do upload to CEDN, some upload to different databases. There's kind of a smattering of results down at the bottom there. But yeah, most groups unfortunately don't share, but would like to. Next slide. And we asked about additional data that's not in electronic or raw data format, like PDFs. About half of groups have or share this kind of data. And in another question, we asked about how this is kept, how this data exists in their lives. And there's a lot of hard copies of spreadsheets out there, or of data sheets, which is not surprising. Next slide. So a good percentage of the respondents, about 3/4, were aware of the Monitoring Council prior to this survey, but they were not aware that basically that the council produces monitoring tools and data management guidance. Next slide. And then we asked specifically about if folks were aware of any of the council's working groups. So it's kind of interesting. The collaboration network won out with 62%. And then coming in after that, we had the wetland monitoring group, Cyanohab network, groundwater, a good smattering after that. Next slide. And kind of the big question that I was interested in is what's been holding their monitoring programs back? And so by far the top two here were funding and field instruments. And this is something that became clear pretty much from the start as folks started to respond to the survey. But good to note that most people selected multiple things here. And so there's kind of a lack of a lot of things for these monitoring groups. Next slide. And lastly, how'd you hear about the survey? The vast majority was by email, and most of that was thanks to Eric and the Clean Water Team listservs and the incentive of the YSI DO meter. So I spoke with Eric about these survey results, and groups are reporting, as you saw, that the greatest need in the areas of funding and monitoring equipment. So the Clean Water Team's equipment lending program is going through a refresh, which will make it even easier for monitoring groups to access and borrow from their collection. And that will help address that need for field instruments. We spoke, and we think that the council can be most effective in assisting small monitoring groups in a couple of areas, namely kind of education and interest and facilitation and capacity building. So this could take on a few forms, but the idea would be to basically make the council and its work groups more understandable, more accessible to these smaller monitoring groups, as well as determine how each work group could collaborate with the monitoring groups. So one thing that might be helpful is for each work group to make a simple write-up about how the community benefits, how monitoring groups benefit from their work, as well as what opportunities exist for collaboration. So like what are potential citizen science tools that could be used to facilitate that collaboration? And this could take the form of a simple fact sheet, similar to the vital signs fact sheet that the council already uses. And these could also be translated into other languages to improve accessibility to the information. Another possibility would be a short webinar or a recorded blurb from each work group on what they do, what their accomplishments are, and specific needs and opportunities for smaller community groups to participate. One last idea is regarding funding. So could council members commit to helping to identify grant and other funding opportunities for smaller groups, and to potentially be resources for groups applying for those funds by writing letters of support or potentially finding work groups that have applied for grants to help with the application process. Council members could also help identify opportunities for the Clean Water Team to acquire equipment when there's a lab or another entity that's shutting down. So those are our thoughts and the results of the survey, and I'm interested to hear your feedback.
Any questions? Go ahead, Shelley.
Hi. Yeah, great presentation. I have just a little bit of recommendations just based on your survey results. I think it was a great idea to put a survey out just to see, what is holding things back. I've within our CASA work groups, and that's who I'm representing on the council is through CASA, because that's a large audience of regulated community. We've kind of flipped your model over a little bit. So what we do to encourage participation is report out. We get report outs from the work groups in our monitoring council meetings. So we take what we're learning in these meetings, like right now, to our general meetings, and we pique their interest with those items. And then we always have a spreadsheet of links to all of the work groups with the links to the council's portal, and who are the leads on those work groups, what's the contact information, and who are our reps that are on those work groups. And we can see where there's holes. We do it for Northern California and Southern California. And so we have ongoing information updates that way. And we're encouraging them to attend the work group meetings as representatives and then report back to Jared and me to so that we can be better informed when we're going to the council meeting. So it's a two-step process. But rather than trying to get information out through the work groups as an outreach effort, you could kind of turn it around and give your constituents information that you're getting from the council meetings and encourage them, show to them why it's important for them to be a part of the work groups based on what you're hearing at the council meetings.
Got it. Thank you. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Ellen, do you have recommendations for what's next? Like what kinds of resources we would prioritize as things that would be particularly useful for the citizen monitoring community? Do you have suggestions you want to make for the council to be thinking about?
Aside from the kind of conglomerate of myself, Eric, and Nick also gave some great feedback. That's really all I have. I think, I mean, it's hard for the council to address things like actual lack of funding and lack of field instruments directly, but I think addressing those by supporting Eric and the clean water team, by kind of helping facilitate capacity build for groups trying to get funding and field instruments. And then, yeah, I think a combination of getting more simplified information from the working groups, as well as what Shelley suggested, and really taking the information from the council, bringing it to all the monitoring group constituents and encouraging their participation in the council.
I wonder if, since we're holding our meetings remotely, if we can get more participation in the working group meetings and the council meetings, just by virtue of not having to travel to attend.
I would hope so, yeah.
The one idea I kind of threw out there when I was giving feedback to Helen was to potentially add that as a kind of basic service that the workers can provide would be a fact sheet of some sort of what they are doing, very similar to what the 5 or 6 work groups did at the CASPER conference, where it's just kind of a short description, whether that be a short 5-minute recording from one of the co-chairs, or just saying, okay, this is who we are, this is what we're doing, this is our website, this is what had the value we could provide potentially to you, and why you could participate. That could be one kind of deliverable for the work groups that could be more discreetly and easily measured, and get, if they're not doing it, why, and kind of identify those things. That could be one avenue that the council could consider. The other kind of key kind of feedback, which was that the council can always, when there are grant opportunities and funding opportunities that they come across, to share them with me, that I can share more widely, and with Eric. And then when those groups are trying to work through that application process, and that they have a project that the council or myself or Eric deem particularly within our nexus and of value within our strategic goals, that we write letters of support to help further their application process, and potentially review their grants, the applications, to make sure that they're kind of hitting the key points of that should be hit when applying for a grant and to be successful. And there are some work groups out there that have gone through that process of applying for grants and been successful or unsuccessful, and they could potentially share that kind of information and kind of knowledge as well. And then one other piece was just because of base of conversation with Eric. Eric came into a bunch of new equipment recently, and he's on the line. He can speak to this. There was a particular lab that was shutting down, and I imagine that might not be a rare occurrence given so many things shutting down with COVID-19, that there could be kind of an influx of instruments available that would either otherwise be thrown away or discarded, that, you know, if it's identified and Eric can make contact with, that he could potentially grow his library of monitoring equipment that he rents out through the clean water team, to help at least address that particular need.
Yeah, this is Ray. I just kind of wanted to chime in on this. The equipment. I think the equipment loan program is really important, and I know that's not the purview of the council. It's just, but that's something, by engaging and providing that, it gives an opportunity for, you know, first of all, you know, the clean water team to interact with these groups, and even if it's small things like cameras, or, you know, my organization has benefited from, you know, getting loans of some of that equipment, and we give it back, and other you know, we've right now I'm in the process. I'm gonna you know, give an IDEX machine that can be loaned out. So there's having that opportunity, because rather, you know, if you say, hey, you should attend a work group meeting or something like that, there, you know, there's a question, you know, with everybody's time constraints and stuff, there's a question about, you know, well, how valuable is that going to be? But if there's, you know, if there's that tangible benefit, hey, I got some equipment, and hey, by the way, you should maybe attend this work group and learn how to use it a little bit better, or something like that. I just think that gets a lot more attention, and that you can't, I've certainly seen it over the years. You can't underestimate how that little bit of hand-holding and leading and going through the process is really helpful to community groups.
Thanks for that input, Ray. I wanted to add that part of the hand-holding that we do is, you know, with spreadsheet of all the groups, the accessible information. Maybe we should have something like that, just a compendium of all the work groups and contact information on the portal, so that you can at a glance all of that, rather than a portal link page, the actual portals and the contacts, so that people could go through and subscribe or join as needed. And also, Ray, in terms of the just the hand-holding, having just the outreach and having information brought to them. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Thanks, Ray and Shelley. That's 3 really good ideas.
Thanks for your support, guys. I appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Helen, for the good presentation and putting out the effort to query our citizen science community. With that rounds out our morning agenda. We're about 15 minutes ahead of time. Let's go ahead and take a half-an-hour lunch break. So we will reconvene at 12:45 with molecular methods SOP update. I guess the question is, will we be able to get Susie 15 minutes early? I'm assuming so.
Yep, that's no problem.
Oh, she's on. Thanks, Susie. All right, so half-hour break. Please try to stay on the Zoom platform so that we don't have to readmit all of you all. If that's possible, just keep the link open and return after you've gotten a bite to eat at 12:45. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, 12:45, we're back.
We're back.
Or at least Nick and I are, right? And hopefully Susie.
I'm here. Hi.
Hi. And we've got Helen. Very good. And Peter. All right, let's go ahead and get started then with our next item, which is an update on the molecular methods SOP that's being developed under the eDNA. What is the working group? I guess it is a molecular methods working group, isn't it?
Yes.
So, Nick, did you have any additional initial comments to make, or should I just go ahead and hand it over to Susie?
I just want to, I would like to recognize Susie's been just incredible considering she's had 2 children, and, just getting this work group up and running as basically the main leader. And not only has she gotten them to meet frequently, but gotten these group of experts to develop some actual work products, which I'm excited for her to showcase today. But I just wanted to commend her for all her hard work and just toot her horn a little bit. So I just appreciate her, and I look forward to seeing how the council responds to her presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. Well, I've been really appreciative of the council support and having you in some of the work group meetings. So I will get started. So I want to first say thanks for giving me the opportunity to update the council on the activities of the molecular methods work group and the protocols that we've been developing. So my main goal today is to introduce you all to the preliminary protocols that we have developed and then solicit your feedback on these documents. So that's the main goal today, to get you all as excited about standardized protocol development as I am, and then hopefully inspire you to provide your feedback on these draft protocols. So I thought it would be useful, because I guess it's been a little bit since we've talked about the work, molecular methods work group at the council meeting. So here's a little bit of a refresher of the key aims of this work group. So as you may remember, the molecular methods work group was formed to serve as a forum for all the DNA aficionados across the state. So that really includes DNA technical experts, and then also DNA novices, state and local agencies, water board staff, community sampling programs, academics, researchers, and then also national and international participants. So it's been really great. We have a super diverse community that comes together for these work group meetings, and everyone is helping to share their knowledge and experience in their efforts to help ensure that what we're doing in California is really aligned with what other groups are doing across the US and internationally. So in that way, I think it's really worth mentioning that California has been a real leader in this capacity. Right now, I know of no other states in the US who have assembled a group like this that both enhances communication, not only between researchers, but also among stakeholders and regulatory communities as well. And so I would say I attended an international meeting last fall on method standardization that they're developing in Europe, and a number of the participants and the researchers there were envious that in California we have this work group and this platform to engage with stakeholders in method development. So really at the early stages of designing these DNA methods and approaches. So I think it just serves as a nice reminder of how valuable efforts like this can be. So the work group's focused on consensus building. So when it comes to molecular DNA-based methods, enhancing communication among members, making sure that we have all identified best practices that we want to ensure researchers across the state are employing. And then also helping to coordinate some of those research efforts, communication among the different research agencies, how everyone's doing their sampling regimes, any novel techniques that are coming online that we want to be talking about how they might get implemented, and then also hopefully inspiring some new research collaborations among the different members. So next slide, please. All right, so in the early days of some of our first meetings among the work groups, we spent a lot of time putting our heads together and identifying what we really wanted to be some of the key products that the work group would be developing. And so the ones that came out as a top priority would be to develop some draft protocols that would be standardized, that we could say had essentially been given the seal of approval by the molecular methods work group, and that they would really help enhance the standardized approaches that researchers are using all across the state. And they would also help novice users kind of hit the ground running when they want to begin designing a DNA sampling regime or experiment. And so we first identified our wish list, our priority documents that we wanted to develop. And so the top two were a general DNA sampling guidelines and then also a draft DNA sampling protocol or SOP for water sampling or water eDNA sampling. And so we started working on those two draft SOPs, and it quickly turned into 3 draft SOPs. So we developed the DNA sampling best practices document, the water eDNA sampling SOP, and then our third item was a metadata reporting document. So this document highlights what metadata should be included with a DNA sample, an environmental DNA sample that's getting collected. And I would say I was in a meeting both earlier today and earlier this week. That was another one of these international meetings that's focused on DNA method standardization, particularly for marine samples. And we spent 2 days talking about metadata reporting and what information should be associated with environmental DNA sampling. So I just want to say it as a hot topic. And so it's really great, I think, that we're starting to think about this now and come up with some of these best practice recommendations, both for in the field, in the lab, and then also when you are generating that data to submit it to either reporting agencies or state repositories, and making sure that all the necessary metadata gets included as well. So really our goal is that these protocols that we're developing become templates that can be used by a wide array of researchers or user community, including monitoring programs and different academic researchers all across the state. If we can ensure that everyone is starting from this template, then we can ensure that the data that's getting collected is comparable and of high quality. All right, so next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we've now drafted a series of these protocols and we're ready for the first round of review from the council members. So really why it's so valuable for us to have your feedback is it'll help us determine if these protocols have sufficient detail and are accessible to a really broad audience. As I mentioned, California really has an opportunity to be a leader in the DNA community in this way. And there are multiple international efforts that are aiming to generate these standardized protocols and reporting guidelines. So we spend a lot of time interacting with the international research community to make sure whatever we're doing in California is aligned with those efforts. But again, as I mentioned, we'll be one of the first states who will be able to say that we have established what we consider to be some standardized protocols. And the time that we invest now in these standardization efforts really will pay off down the line because they're helping save time, money, and effort in the future because we're ensuring that we're generating high quality data that really will be comparable no matter who's doing the collecting or the analyses. Next slide, please. All right, so now I would like to just briefly walk you through the 3 different draft documents that we have developed. And as I mentioned, I'll start off with our DNA best sampling best practices document. So you can just see the screenshot of it here. You've been sent the hyperlink in today's agenda, so hopefully you can find your way to these documents. And I will mention, as you can see in the screenshots here, that the survey that we've designed for you to provide feedback is now hyperlinked on all of these documents. So all you have to do is head to the draft documents and you can click the link and go straight to the survey that we've designed so you can be providing your feedback. I'll also mention we've now hyperlinked a document where you can provide inline comments for all of these draft SOPs also. So the one that you see on your screen here, they're currently frozen. You can't edit them anymore, but you can hyperlink yourself over to a document that can be edited. So if you prefer to provide comments inline on the document yourself, you can do that as well. So hopefully there are many ways that you can be providing your feedback. All right, so this first one that we have, the DNA sampling best practices document, really just walks you through a general overview of how you should go about collecting your DNA samples in the field and the key considerations that you will have to help minimize cross-contamination or contamination that occurs from a human to your environmental samples. This document also walks through how you should go about sterilizing some of your equipment, how you can be using different cleaning methods to make sure that what you're bringing into the field and bringing home doesn't cross-contaminate all of your important samples that you've collected. And it also gives you some guidance on what sorts of field blanks you should be collecting to help ensure the quality of your samples. So some of the things that I'll be really interested to hear from you all is, is this document useful? Do you see yourselves using it in your agencies if you're either already collecting DNA samples or that's something you would like to do in the future? Is there any detail that's missing from this document that you think would be useful? And is it easy to understand and interpret? So those are all the sorts of feedback that we would love to hear from any of our potential user community. So the second, next slide. The second draft protocol that we developed is our water eDNA sampling SOP. And this SOP is more of what you might expect in terms of, your typical go out in the field, collect a sample, filter it, exactly step-by-step of what you should be doing. You can see it starts off with the figure that's on the left-hand side of your screen. And this is essentially your flow chart. It's a little bit of a choose your own adventure in that we know that in our user community, there might be some folks who prefer to filter out in the field versus filtering their water samples back in the lab. So you have an option to choose which ones of those you would like to do. Also the considerations that you should have for how you're storing your sample when it's getting transported. Key considerations for if you're using what we call open or closed filters, they have different pros and cons. So we have the protocols tweaked so that you can choose either of those, and then the key considerations for when you do that, how you would be preserving your DNA sample, and then the eventual recommended storage conditions for your DNA sample. So as I mentioned, this one just walks you through from going out in the field, collecting your water sample, to processing it with a filter, and then eventually for long-term preservation. One thing that we did was we followed how the European standardization effort has been designing some of their standardized protocols, in that this document is not stringent in terms of you should be collecting exactly this volume of water and you should be using exactly this filter type and pore size, or using exactly this preservation solution. Instead, what it tries to do is give you guidance on how you might choose from one of 5 accepted methods. So for example, when it comes to the filter that you use, we list a couple of different types of filters, cellulose nitrate or polycarbonate. And then it would be up to your program to determine which of those fits your needs. What would be interested to hear from all of you is, do you find that useful in that it provides the guidance or some of the options, but that it's not very strict on which of these you should be using? Or is that more trouble and you would prefer that this document says more stringent, gives more stringent guidance and is telling you exactly what we would recommend? So that's the type of feedback we would love to hear from you all. So feel free to let us know how you think this would be most useful, or how you would envision your agency or program adopting this type of protocol. Okay, and last one, next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, metadata reporting standards. This is a really hot topic and a growing field. There's now been a number of efforts that are all focused on trying to develop the recommended best practices for metadata reporting. So what this document does is, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, there's a little bit of an overview of why is metadata useful? What are the types of metadata that we expect to be generating as we're going out into the field collecting and then analyzing these DNA samples. And then in table 1, which you can see screenshot here, we've tried to list some of these efforts that are now focused on metadata reporting standards, or what we often call like minimum reporting standards. And so I'll mention that there are now minimum reporting standards that you may have heard of that are associated with data that's been generated for qPCR or data that's been generated for DNA metabarcode sequencing, but there are currently no standardized metadata reporting templates for an environmental DNA sample. So what we tried to do as a group was look at all of these other efforts and harmonize what other folks have been doing and identify what we consider the key priority items that should be associated with an environmental DNA sample when it gets collected. And it's always important to be thinking of these early stages of designing your DNA experiment or sampling regime so that none of that information is getting lost, and we're thinking about it at the genesis of these projects as opposed to when that data is getting deposited and you have to scramble and try and figure out what metadata needs might be. So as I mentioned, we've included now a list of what we consider to be the recommended metadata, but we would love to hear from you all if there's anything that you think is missing, if any of the recommended metadata would be problematic for you to either be generating or you don't see yourselves collecting. If you don't ever collect water temperature along with your samples, let us know, and that's something that we could flag as optional for certain programs. So right now, these are all considered, recommended, not required, but we'd really love to hear from you if you think some of these are unnecessary or would be difficult to collect, or some that might be missing. Just let us know. That's all the feedback that we want from you guys. All right, so last slide. And so here you have in the upper right-hand corner a hyperlink to the Google Forms document where you can be filling out the survey after you've had a chance to look at these SOPs. So there's 3 main parts of the survey, which you can see on the left-hand side of your screen for each of the 3 draft documents that we've developed. The big questions we want to know: was the document easy to understand and interpret? What, if anything, is missing from the document? And how likely are you to use this document in your monitoring program? We also have a section for feedback in terms of what SOPs you'd like the molecular methods work group to focus on next, and what training opportunities would be useful to your agency to further advance the integration of these molecular methods into any of your programs. We'd love to hear from you on that. There is also just an empty box where you can be providing open-ended any feedback that you have on any of these documents. If there were any questions, you could, of course, always email me. If you have trouble finding any of these documents, feel free to let me know. But as I mentioned, you have the hyperlinks in the agenda notes from today, and you'll have it now in this document as well. And last slide. So that's it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you have any questions on any of the protocols as you begin to explore them, feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to talk with anyone who is having a look and had some suggestions or comments. So thanks very much, and I look forward to your feedback.
Thanks, Susie. Any questions?
Hi, Karen.
I may
This
have
is
missed it.
Erica.
Oh, go ahead, Erica.
I had a question, and I apologize because I'm fairly new to joining these. And when you ask for council feedback, is that everyone who's on the meeting is invited to participate, or is it specifically people who have a role and a title on the council?
Thanks, Erica. It is anyone, open to anyone. So anyone that's in the council meetings, and anyone that's at the council meeting that wants to send it to their friend who they know is going to be collecting DNA sample. It really is like open-ended. I think the more diverse feedback we have, the better it will be. And so everyone and anyone who is interested in these molecular methods, feel free to provide feedback.
Perfect, thanks.
I may have missed it, but do you have a time frame, Susie?
Yeah, ideally, we would love to hear back from everyone by mid-November, but we won't set a real deadline. As people are coming online, we'd be happy to get feedback as things evolve.
So Karen, I don't have a question, but I have a couple of comments.
Yeah, go for it.
So comment number one is, Susie, I just want to say congratulations. This is the council at its best. I think you are exactly right. We are out in front of a lot of groups that are wrestling with this. In part, I think we're successful because the council exists and gives structure to a bunch of conversations that scientists want to be having and want to be developing these kind of things. I was asked to be the liaison between the council and this work group. And the thing that impresses me most is not just the science aspect, but I guess I'll call it the participation aspect. Susie, you've had what, 50 or 60 people participate in this process, and the range of types of organizations involved. All the leading academic organizations are involved, but it's also some of the agency people, even some of the NGO people are involved. So it creates conversations that just don't have a forum to occur otherwise, and an outlet as well. So beyond the technical things, which are great, just congratulations on making it as inclusive, and to the council for creating a vehicle. On the specific question, Susie, you asked about how general we want this to be versus how specific we want this to be. Obviously, we want to go where your group wants to go, but I'll give you general feedback. You've got to be general. I think, there's a term that's sometimes used in the construction industry called design build. You're doing it at the same time. That's what we're doing here. I mean, this is a technology that is still evolving, and new methodologies are developing all the time. I think, there are places where you can get specific, but in general, you're trying to lay out the general guidance that makes things compatible, opening the door for additional refinements as technology improves. So I don't think you have much of a choice, honestly. That's my comments.
Cool. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think that's why the European standard effort came down on the site that they did, where they're not exactly specifying certain choices in the protocol development. And I think it's a big concern among a number of the work group members too, that the protocols will be able to adapt as new technology evolves, because we all know that, especially in the DNA field that's evolving so quickly, we don't want the protocols to be out of date within 2 years. So, but that's really useful feedback. Thanks.
Brian Lawrence, and you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Yeah, and this is great. I mean, it's the kind of thing within the stormwater industry that folks can start to use, when it's ready to actively develop programs. It's great to have kind of this conversation too. So thank you so much for doing this work. And I also would echo the comment about keeping it general, so you don't build yourself into a place that is technologically behind the times by the time people start using it. So I think that's helpful. And I don't know, and I'll just can research this on my own with the group, but as far as, because I'm not sure what the scope is exactly as far as getting to like performance standards or the kinds of ways folks can measure their outcomes and the performance of the methods is one of the things that I'd also be interested in down the road.
Hi, Brian. Maybe the end of your question cut off. But I think the question was about performance standards somewhere down the road. Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so great. Yeah, I think that's something that we would definitely love to be incorporating in one of our future protocols, especially when we start to get to things like how you evaluate that a bioinformatics pipeline was used correctly, or how you evaluate that a DNA extraction didn't lose too much DNA in the extraction process. So I think developing some of those key performance metrics will definitely be something that we're keeping in mind, especially in some of the future protocols that we're developing.
There we go. Any other questions or comments? All right.
Sorry, this is Nick. Sorry. I think this could be a really good topic and abstract for a national scale too, Susie. I mean, I'll follow up with you, but I think that this would be a great thing to highlight at a national scale and show how a council can be utilized to its fullest, and see how other states want to get involved and build off of this great work that we've started here in California, thanks to your leadership. So if you didn't receive it already, I'll send you the abstract call for the National Council meeting. But I think this would be not only well received, but I think that they would try to snatch it up as fast as they could to hear what you've done and provide feedback from multiple different states with different environments and kind of build upon this work.
That's great. Thanks.
It looks like Terry's got his hand up.
Hi, Susie. I'm
Terry.
just, first of all, good job on what you've done so far. But in terms of the work group, the next steps, how, what's happening next, and what's the timeline for that?
Yeah, great question. So I think, one of our key goals will just be moving on to our next round of protocols. So the laundry list had about 10 protocols that we identified that we really wanted to develop these draft SOPs. So I think we'll just be trucking along to the next one. And then the other thing that we want to be able to do is hopefully organize some ring tests. So again, this is something that is popular in some of the European standardization efforts, where if we can get a group of interested researchers together, we can start test driving these protocols and ensuring that they're working as they should be and that people are generating comparable data. So I think we have some interested participants, and that's something I'd really love to see start to evolve over the next year.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Susie. Really appreciate your presentation and all the hard work that you've been doing. All right, so that kind of is a nice segue into our next item, which is the need to expand and really develop some guidance for the use of new technologies and methods in California. I think the recent efforts to standardize methods for PFAS chemicals is one arena where this has raised its head. And then, of course, our efforts on CECs and how to develop standardized methods for new constituents of emerging concern. And we have Erica Calve on from our group leading the CEC effort for the State Water Board as well. But the leads on this presentation are Steve Weisberg, who has a lot of experience with development and implementation of new methods in the state, and then Christine Sotelo, who is the lead program manager over our lab accreditation program, which is, of course, got a role in accrediting labs for methods once they become useful and used in a regulatory context. So, Nick, you had anything else you wanted to mention? I will turn it over to Steve and Christine.
Yeah, one thing to add would just be, I structured the agenda in what I think is thoughtfully to build off of what, Susie just provided a great example of new emerging technology and test methods, and then developing SOPs. She's aware from her experience of the kind of process it takes to go from new idea, new technology to implementation into actual water quality monitoring. And this is kind of what this item is going to build off of is, okay, if you don't have that intrinsic work knowledge, where do people go to find out this information? So hopefully Susie's presentation provides an example of, what somebody that's working in a new field or an emerging field should be thinking about doing, but doesn't necessarily. So this is kind of highlighting a potential need that the council could fulfill. But with that, I'll turn it over to Christine and Jacob from the ELAP program, Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. Who may be muted?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll fill some space while we're waiting for Christine. So this is really Christine's presentation, but I'm the liaison with the council. This conversation started because Christine came to me and said, you know, I'm running into a problem. We at ELAP, which is the accreditation body, are constantly getting asked the question, when's a method ready to be used? And that's not really their job. Their job is to ensure that people are employing methods properly when somebody else has determined that the method is ready to go. On the other side, I also interact with a lot of scientists who are developing a lot of new methodologies. And they keep asking the question of, okay, so I think it works. I even published a scientific paper on it. How do I get people to start using it? Who is the one who makes the decision on when is a method ready to be used for management purposes? And as Christine and I were talking about it, we said, you know, we kind of reviewed how the decision happened. And there's a lot of, I guess I'll call it haphazard aspects to it. Some of it's just personal connections, sometimes need, or sometimes, as we have here, we're getting a little bit more orderly with what we're doing with things like the stuff that Susie just talked about on DNA-based methods. But even there, you know, when is it ready to be used and when is it ready to be used for what purpose? So Christine wanted to kind of, I think she's probably trying to sign on and off, so we'll let her do that. I think what she wants to do is say, you know, the council would be the right group to help us streamline that process a little bit. So there's clarity as to how a decision gets made as to when a method is ready for use, or who are the resources that people should be using as they have to make those decisions. The more the council can clarify that pathway, the better we'll do at, one, bringing in new methods that everybody would want to see, and as well as ensuring that when those methods come in, they are being done well. So I'm trying to kill as much time as I can before Christine gets back on.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. You're up.
All right. This is crazy. I was just in another board meeting on Zoom, and it worked then, and now it's not working. So I'm so sorry for that delay. Steve, you did an excellent job teeing this up for me, so thanks a lot. I don't have too many slides here, I think 10 or 11, but Steve did a great summary. So why don't I just get started introducing who I brought with me in case there are any questions. So I was introduced from Nick and Steve. So again, and from Karen, I'm the program manager for California ELAP. With me is our senior scientist, Jacob Oaxaca, and we're here to answer any questions if you all have some towards the end. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of a background about who we are. I know you heard a little bit from the folks that talked before us, that ELAP is a program within the Water Board. And our charge is to ensure that laboratories are competent to run the test method for regulatory purpose. So that includes ensuring the staff are qualified, that they know how to run the method, they have the instrumentation working and in order. So we do all of those through inspections, and then we issue them a certificate to let everyone know that these are the methods that they can run and submit to you. The program that I'm in charge of is the largest in the country. We have about 650 plus laboratories in California, outside of California, and we have a handful in other countries. So our size and scale is just enormous. And we do a wide variety of accreditation services for a lot of state agencies. Obviously, the regional boards and state board programs, but Department of Toxic Substances Control, Public Health. And so we are not only the Water Board's accreditation program, we do work for other agencies. Next slide. So today, we're here to talk about new and alternative methods. Steve did a great job talking, giving a summary of what I'm going to talk about today, but let me get into more detail about these new methodologies. You hear them all the time, and you had a great presentation just before mine on eDNA, but they're being developed all the time. And, our state agency partners, folks that are here on the council and not in the room, they want to use those methods. We know you want to use the best technology to push the California forward and your missions. And so we want that to happen for you. But often we are approached to ask for guidance on how methods can be optimized, or how are they ready for use. Approve this method for me to use. And that's not our core function. Although we house the technical expertise to kind of help these partners and agency partners shepherd their way through and help condition methods ready for accreditation or not, it's not what we do. And we have this unique bird's eye view, seeing methods be developed because we interact with research laboratories that are either accredited, and we're talking to the industry, so we kind of see everything coming our way. And that allows us to have this unique perspective. And we see these sort of uncertainties in the process to approve methods for use. Next slide. So let's just talk about that in very general terms. I know that many of you are involved deeply in some of these steps here, but let's just step back and look at it from a process and role perspective. A laboratory develops a method, whether or not it's in an academic institution. They optimize it, and they ensure that it's gone through some sort of internal validation. They may or they may not publish it. Depends. It could be a proprietary method that a laboratory doesn't want to share, their internal or their intellectual property. And then somewhere down the line, someone evaluates it. It may be in a laboratory, it may be a regulatory program, or one of those standardization bodies like Standard Method or ASTM. And then at that point, a regulatory program will decide they want to use it. But in between wanting to use it and having ELAP offer it for accreditation, it needs to be standardized so that it can be used in all labs that you might want to use it for statewide use, and it has to be the same so that there isn't any variability. Next slide. Which brings us to the problem. So the roles and the responsibilities are just unclear, and no one really knows when a lab or a method should be ready to be used for regulatory purpose, and they come to ELAP. And so, as you can see, in absence of not knowing the clear roles and authorities on who's responsible and when they're responsible, it causes a lot of confusion. And at times, it defaults to not only ELAP to provide this sort of consultation, but also to the laboratories. And this is not to say that many labs are not trying to help you go forward with your mission, but obviously some of them may want it for their own purposes to maybe advance their laboratory or their business model, but it should lie within a guidance or a process that's clearly understood by all parties. Next slide. So really the goal of why I'm here today, and Steve said it really well, is that we think that the council should consider its role in improving the process, ensuring that the responsibilities are clearly defined, and that maybe the committee could look into this issue and recommend a solution. So let me give you some examples. So 123-TCP is a method that some of you may be running in your laboratory or required to monitor from your agency that you represent. But during the development of the Division of Drinking Water MCL, there was a method that was identified that they thought that they wanted to use for their regulatory purpose. It was the Department of Public Health SRL 524M. And it met their objectives, their data quality objectives, their reporting limits, and they desired that it would be the method that they wanted to use for compliance with their MCL. They ended up adopting the MCL and identifying this method for their regulatory purpose, but the method didn't go through formal multiple laboratory validation study. It just went through a single lab validation study at the Public Health Sanitation Laboratory. So Division of Drinking Water got what they needed for their objectives. They use existing data from the UCMR monitoring rule and as a surrogate for the information that they needed. But if you remember the process, there is a process to ensure that the method is validated for its intended use, and this use was for statewide use, and hence is the multi-laboratory validation study. Next slide. Another example that I'd like to provide to you is one from the regional board perspective. You know, they want to protect their watershed and they wanted to test for pesticides in the Northern California area. And they hired USGS and contracted them to develop a method that combined 3 different pesticide methods so that they could test for pesticides in their watershed. And they really liked it. They purchased some sampling equipment, and then when the contract was over, they wanted to use that method for regulatory purpose. And so they approached ELAP, and we reviewed the method, and there wasn't an SOP that was standardized that we could use for multiple laboratories. And this was a costly situation for the regional boards because they, unfortunately, we were not able to accredit it, but they spent a lot of money on the sampling equipment, and a method has not been optimized or standardized to meet their regulatory purpose. Next slide. And this is the last one. It's one that you just learned about, right? It's eDNA. And this is, as you can see, an exploding area of research. And there's just a world of opportunity right now if it is picked up by a regulatory agency for use, that they do and they can follow these basic procedures to ensure that that you're getting a product or a method that can really be useful for you. I think there are some benefits, obviously, to having SQURP and organizations help programs along the way, but not every state agency or regulatory program has that luxury. So that was my last example, and I'm happy to take any questions. Jacob is also available. And Steve, you can jump in if you like.
Well, I'll just finish it up by saying the goal of this presentation was to spark potential future actions, activities by the council. One of our goals, I think it was goal number 4, is to help along new methods. And this is just kind of a little bit of a hole that Christine and I identified, with me being on one end as a method developer type and her being at the other end of somebody who has to develop accreditation once a method is accepted. In between, the process is, let's just say, different for different kinds of things. And there's a lack of clarity among a lot of the method developers about how they insert themselves. or how they insert their methods into that decision process. And Christina, it looks like we didn't interest anyone.
No, we've got Terry Fleming has his hand up. Go ahead, Terry.
There we go. So there's a, as I think about it, there's a lot of ways that this can be dealt with, right? One is, the monitoring council could get in the middle of that and look at every new method and, order a intercalibration method and make that happen. But I think that's too much for us. The other method is just, Scorp, you're going to do it for everything. And I think that's too much for you. And so, maybe the thing in between is that, we could work with Christine and try kind of develop some sort of SOP for how you move from method to ELAP. And, that wouldn't be too hard for someone to do, be very hard for me to do.
Well, and I'll just say we've started an effort along those lines, and Erica, I'm going to let you, I imagine you're going to talk about that. So Erica, go ahead.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, so this is Erica, and certainly from a CEC perspective, we're really interested in having clarity and agreement among stakeholders about when and where, to use methods along the lines of your data quality objectives and, whether or not it's ready for accreditation, being able to verify that it's a quality method and that it will answer the questions that are being asked in an investigation framework when we're characterizing CECs in the environment or constituents of emerging concern. So I love the framework that Christine, you put around thinking through that and thinking through those steps and kind of where the gap is from step 1 to step 6. And so I guess I was raising my hand partially to say I'm really in favor in getting a clarity, that people are in agreement that, about what we've been thinking for CECs is sometimes we need to be able to use a method that's not necessarily going to be accredited, but that is valid for being able to, evaluate occurrence data before we make decisions about moving forward. And so wanting, knowing that others agree that, there's an appropriate use of methods along the course of, along those lines would be really valuable.
So I'd like to respond to that. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
I'd like to respond to that by saying, Erica, I think what you all have done with CECs, and I think what SWAMP has done in terms of figuring out what goes into its programs are great examples. And they could be starting points. I think where they stop short is that they really cover only the parameters of interest to those programs. And so there are some things that fall outside of that. Even the conversation we had earlier this morning about COVID and the methods that are used for that, other microbiological kind of things, all kinds of other things that even go beyond the water boards, which is again another part. Those programs are within water boards, where we're looking as a council to look across at things that cut across. So I could easily see us setting up a subcommittee or teeing this up for a meeting of the council as a whole, where you come in and give a presentation on how you're doing it as an example, and then maybe look for 1 or 2 other examples like that and say, what do they have in common? And what are the things that aren't working? Where are the things that you all are finding are falling through the cracks or most challenging for you that having some other vehicle would be helpful.
Awesome. I'd gladly, lean in for that if that's of interest.
Yeah, we can follow up on that. The point I wanted to make before we move to Brian Lawrenson, who has his hand up, was that, you know, we don't want to stifle innovation and new method development in the interest of only using the methods for regulatory purposes too. I think Erica's point is well taken in that there's got to be a stage at which we're exploring and figuring out if a method development and standardization and accreditation is even needed for a constituent. And so there's sort of this continuum of where any one sort of constituent group or method lies in that standardization / accreditation process, and if it even needs to get there.
Karen, I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly right, is that the uses themselves really range from kind of, I guess I'll call it exploratory, understanding a problem, to all the way to hardcore regulatory, legal, have to defend it in court type decisions. And maybe that's even part of what we would do, is set up the framework that I think it also becomes part of, sometimes methods are even, I guess I'll call it overused. I think one of the big challenges that, one of the things that's been a success at SCWRP's level is the development of microbial source identification. And it's pleased me no end to see how, people talk about the human markers and use them, but I also see them being overused because there are some, I don't want to call them shortcomings, they're just limitations of the method. So you can tell it's a human versus not human with a very known amount of success, but you can't tell where that human came from, or you can't tell whether that's a remnant of human signature that came from use of recycled water. So it's not just even a matter of where it's used, but how it's used. And I think building all of that into this kind of process that would inform people who are thinking about using it for management decisions.
So Brian, you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been well trained on these Zoom things to raise my hand politely and wait. So yeah, I appreciate everything people have said. One comment I wanted to add in too is I think this is such a significant issue, especially within some stakeholder groups and regional monitoring programs that have diverse stakeholder groups, where it can, not having methods or having an understanding of how methods should be used and their reliability and that sort of thing really undermine trust. I've seen that in a number of places, and I think this council could really help build that trust. And I would say also agreeing with Terry on, some first steps, but I think even before kind of his SOP approach, there's just getting common ground on the glossary and definition of the different ranges of things we're talking about, the different types of applications, the different types of uses, and just the kind of overall where a method might be within the process, just to have common language. Because I see that over and over again in the groups I work with, people just not understanding what the terms mean as far as, accreditation and, the sort of other sort of reliability metrics.
Thanks, Brian. Grant, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Karen. And thank you for the presentation, Steve and Christine. And I appreciate the opposite ends of the spectrum. Steve, your role in sort of the method development end, and Christine, your role at the accreditation end of things. But I was curious, as someone who manages contracts with multiple commercial laboratories that perform analysis of stormwater runoff samples, I was curious, what role do the commercial laboratories have in this? And kind of a second part of that, you know, is there a way we can engender their support in this?
Good question.
I could answer that if you'd like
Please.
me to. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the benefits of adopting a new standard for California is that it has some requirements in there for any lab. So this is just for, say, an accredited lab, right? That it's for regulatory use. But the standard requires that the commercial lab talk to their client and ask them if this method meets the intended purpose. Very simple question. And so the work is between the two of them, deciding if that method meets everything that the regulatory agency wants and it meets the contract requirements. If it's outside of accreditation, I'm not sure. They probably should have that conversation, but in the end of accreditation, that's where that requirement resides.
And this is Jacob Oaxaca with ELAP. I'll just kind of add to that, Christine, when the question was about what role does the laboratory have, you know, they do play a big role. I mean, they're the ones who are really the boots on the ground, developing and tweaking and optimizing the method. And so there is a big involvement from the laboratory side.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you both for those answers.
David Kimbrough, you have your hand up.
Let's see. Am I in?
You're in. I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, my name's David Kimbrough. I'm with the City of Pasadena Water and Power Department. I just wanted to say first, you know, ELAB did a great job in the presentation. Thank you. That was terrific. I think someone sort of earlier on just sort of passed over what I think is a key point, and that's the data quality objectives. Without a framework of what their data quality objectives are, what your measurement of quality objectives are, there's really no standard to assess whether a method's appropriate or not. A method might be appropriate in one situation and not in another. And depending on what the data quality objectives are for that particular project or that particular agency, it might be useful or not useful. And so without that broader framework for quality management program, DQOs, MQOs, and all that, there's really no way to have a sort of a one-size-fits-all approach to this. And that was just the part I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that comment, David. I think that you hit the nail on the head, that oftentimes permit writers say, let's just use the regulatory context from the water boards as an example, permit writers do not put a whole lot of thought into the data quality objectives they need for the monitoring that they require in permits. That's not a universal statement, but I think generally speaking, that's probably true. And so therefore, that does not necessarily translate into, you know, they think about, okay, we need a reporting limit that's lower than my water quality objective. And here are the frequency requirements for how frequently you need to monitor this. And there's not a deep dive into what are the data quality objectives. And I think that, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do at the water boards is create programmatic quality assurance, quality program plans that do get into that level of detail so that we can provide that to our permittees, and then they can work with their labs to translate that into the contract or the monitoring that they're having to do. So I completely agree that level of thinking needs to be integrated into our regulatory programs. Other thoughts?
This is Jared with CASA. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I was on mute earlier. Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate the explanation for how this is developing with CECs. A few comments and questions. One, just there was a slide, I think it said kind of the process for a method being evaluated, and then there was one about the roles. And to the question, who decides when a method's ready? I think that's a really good question. And the slide with the process and roles, kind of highlights a lab internally validates a method. A lab will publish it after internal validation, and then other labs and regulatory programs and standardization bodies will evaluate that method. And then it may be picked up for use by a regulatory program. And so I think it's important, when ultimately what we're speaking about right now are user-defined methods, and where do we have confidence that those methods can be used? And in terms of the SOP idea, I'm not, myself, I haven't thought about it, but just on a quick, preliminary thought of it, I wondered, is that the monitoring council's role to be involved with development of methods? And I looked at the chartering legislation, SB 1070. I think I did a quick, control find. The only use of the word method I found in there was more in a meta sense, and having a method for compiling all the information that the monitoring council should, make public to help inform the public. And so, beyond that, this process for, well, how do you know when it's ready? In one reference point would be the United States EPA's criteria for certifying a new method. And this is pursuant to 40 CFR Part 136, but it states it requires a thorough demonstration of accuracy, precision, method detection levels, representatives, ruggedness, comparability, and availability for the proposed analytical procedure. And so with some of these methods that are not approved, there seems like there could be a big gap between one or two publications not really, utilized in the real world, and then this contrasting kind of expectation for what do you have to do to actually be approved for US EPA purposes. And I don't think it's something that can just be quickly, passed over in terms of a step of method evaluation. That is a very high hurdle. And so I think it's important to emphasize that. I have a couple other thoughts, but I don't know if, anybody would like to respond to that one before I proceed to a couple other issues.
I'd like to respond to that, Jared. I think if you're looking at it as why is it part of the council? If you take a look at our 6, I guess we call them strategic objectives. One of them, actually I just pulled it up, I'll read it, is identify emerging monitoring methods and technology. Then it had 3 sub-bullets under it, one of which is recommend and support development of monitoring methods to improve the effectiveness of existing and future monitoring programs. So I think that's why it has the potential, why it falls under our purview, whether or not we choose to emphasize this as an item. The second thing you asked about is the EPA. The EPA does adopt methodologies. There are other bodies that do the same. I think the issue, though, that Christine and I were putting this forward is those tend to be many years out of date. They wait till a method is I guess I'll call it, fully vetted for multiple types of purposes. And as such, it is typically a decade late relative to what are emerging methods. And so we have to be careful, as you say, how we use methods that haven't gone all the way through that process. But if we simply wait till EPA picks them up as methods, we'll be waiting way too long.
Thanks, Steve. I had seen that in the top 5 areas, and I maybe read it a little bit differently, or my interpretation in terms of how emerging methods should be developed versus developing the method. And I think maybe that was what I was drawing on as a distinction. But, to the point within that method in the top 5 areas, there's a comment about standardizing methods across the state. And so it seems to be, maybe that would be the ambition or the endeavor for the, for this kind of conversation today. What role does ELAP have? I don't know if it sounded like Christine was saying ELAP really doesn't engage in the standardization. That's done by others. And so that, maybe is a thought about what does it take to get a method standardized. And, a couple, I guess, two other, just one comment, one question. With the update of the regulations for ELAP under which they accredit, there was frequently a recurring, point about the importance of data quality, and in terms of what the regulations would provide to regulators. And here, I think, as a comment, it seems like we're on the other end of the spectrum where we have very novel or nascent methods being discussed. Are they ready for regulatory purposes? But from the perspective of, the method itself isn't standardized. So how would you have confidence in the method absent some kind of widespread deployment where you would achieve that, and then you'd have a standardization body say it's ready to go? But I maybe want to ask the question of, in the instance when T&I in their standard doesn't have a user-defined method under it, what happens in that situation, and how does ELAP proceed there with a lab that's seeking accreditation? It maybe it's a more technical nuts and bolts question, but I was curious of that. And I think that might be to Christine or Jacob.
I think I'm going to pitch that over to Jacob since he knows the standard really well. Thanks, Jared. Jacob?
Yeah, thank you, Jared. Appreciate that. And I think what I heard you say is in the absence of guidance in the T&I standard regarding an in-house lab method. Was that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Well, the T&I standard does include some clauses about in-house developed methods and validation of the method. And so that, that would be the first spot there. If for some reason it was not applicable, then there are other validation bodies that where we would probably point an agency to say, okay, look, it's not here in the T&I standard, but there are other ways to go about this. And so we will kind of guide and provide that kind of information and point them in that direction. And I think ultimately,
okay,
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, are there examples of that currently or presently that you could refer us to?
I mean, probably the first one that comes to mind would be the EPA process, maybe ASTM, just, USGS. I don't know that they have some standards like that or some guidance there. But yeah, just, all of the major method development organizations.
And
yeah, I would add in response to Steve's comment about the EPA methods being very slow. There are actually folks from the EPA who know this, that it takes over a decade to get a method through the EPA. They formed a committee on ASTM to get emerging technologies for microplastics standardized. So, and that's very exciting. So they're actually the leads on the group from the EPA. So that is happening, and there are some faster processes and some ways to work around not having a certified EPA method.
And if I could add to kind of bring that topic back around, Jared, if we were approached with one of these methods, we don't make that decision. It's the regulatory agency or the program. And I just want to share one of the success stories is that Region 5 adopted a baseline amendment for pyrethroids for a certain detection level, and there wasn't a multi-lab validated method, but many labs were already running it. And so we just kind of pushed it along with Region 5 and pointed to them where the validation and multi-lab validation procedures were. And OWEMA helped out with that as well. And they were able to find, I think, half a dozen labs that they were confident that they could run this method that hadn't before been multi-lab validated, but got together and did it. And so those are the only labs that can run the analysis for the regional board.
Yeah, I know one of our members, actually, well, Shelley's agency, LACSD, I'd seen some work that their lab had done in-house on, I think it was US EPA method 846-8327, direct injection method for PFAS and wastewater matrices. And I think in that case, US EPA was doing a single lab validation, it sent it out. Maybe they're now engaging in the multi-lab validation part. But in the comment letter LACSD provided, they highlighted numerous concerns with how the test performed. And I think of the 24 analytes it was looking at, 11 came back with unreliable results. And so in that instance, LACSD provided examples of how they had modified it in-house internally to get it to where it was more dependable, and they commented on that. And US EPA hasn't issued any formal update or description of how to run the method, but that's all in the process as I understand it. But I think it's that kind of rigor that, for this conversation, I think that has to be part and parcel with what potentially is being proposed. As far as I see it, I think that's really essential.
So I think this conversation says to us that this is a gap that definitely needs filling in some fashion. I agree with Terry Fleming that it actually creating a framework within the council to do this kind of method development isn't probably, we don't have the resources necessarily to do it, but I think what we could do is frame the issue and what the needs are and make some recommendations as to how that gap could be filled, and vet that with Cal EPA, with potentially federal EPA, others that might be needing this kind of a framework, and see where it goes from there. And we're going to be talking about priorities here in just a few minutes. And so if this raises up to a priority for the council to be working on, we can identify that and figure out who would take the lead. Maybe it's a small working group. Maybe it's not a full-blown council working group, but ideas, thoughts? I wanted to kind of wrap this, put a bow on this so that we could move forward.
This is Jacob. If I could just say something, before we kind of get to that wrapping up, Christine really talked about ELAP's specific, unique advantage point, and ultimately, our goal, I think we all have the shared goal, is being able to make decisions on public health and the environment using the most reliable and defensible data. And I think by having the Water Quality Monitoring Council consider this, that will just continue to promote and advance all of our shared goals.
Any other thoughts?
Just for Nick, I'm wondering if this topic has been thought about at the National Water Quality Monitoring Council.
They're kind of slow going with the NEMI pieces, the National Environmental Method Index, which is kind of voluntarily staffed by some USGS folks out of Wisconsin. So they've been, they think about it, but it's really slow as far as new topics. But I had a discussion about this topic with Andrew Hamilton, who's the new state QA officer, and he had some concerns. He just wanted to make sure that it kind of echoes a little bit of the concerns I've heard from others today about the validation process, and that it needs to be robust enough to stand behind, and then to be careful that the water boards aren't becoming a validation body, and especially not the council, just because it's a specific set of expertise necessary there. And you also brought up the CEC section within the Division of Water Quality and whether or not this would be somewhat addressed by the work that they're being tasked to do. But again, it does come down to whether this is a priority that the council members want to dedicate or identify resources that they feel have expertise within this field to help compile some sort of guidance document that helps, that ELAP and others could point people that come to them and say, hey, how do I get this method approved, or how do we start using this in California on a widespread scale? That they say, oh, well, lucky for you, we have this new guidance document that kind of walks you through in a pretty general sense, similar to the SOPs that Susie was creating, in a little bit more detail in the process, whether that be for a regulatory type use or for maybe it's for a community group to just use for ambient monitoring, to just be used for academic purposes or for research purposes. So that could be a priority, it could not be. So it's up to us, which is again why I kind of put the priority item at the end, is what we've heard several different items today, whether that be the sewage shed piece, which is, again, they have a QAPP and an SOP in place, but that's fairly new technology and methods that they're putting in place there. We have eDNA, and then we talked TNI. There's lots of opportunities here. It's just a matter of, does the council have the expertise and the desire to take that on?
Well, and I was suggesting that we don't take it on necessarily, but that we basically frame the issue and make recommendations for how possible ways that the gaps could be filled, not necessarily begin the work of filling the gaps.
I know that a lot of our members are highly tuned into these issues, and in terms of how the council moves forward, I would prefer, maybe, if I know it may not be preferred for everyone else, but I feel like this is a pretty big conversation, and we just approved our strategic plan a couple months ago now, and there's a lot in there that we have to do in the first year. For us to add to that with this, which is a majorly large proposition that somehow the state is going to do quasi-validation projects, and the Monitoring Council is going to have a role in that. Like, I feel like there's more conversation to be had, and a lot more parties to be in that conversation, and at least for me, a lot more scientific experts who can speak to a lot of these major challenges, and not having it just be, one scientific voice or one, regulated community voice, but having a more of a large open table to talk about this. And I know there's the CEC's Science Advisory Panel for aquatic. I think that's just relaunched, and so it seems like maybe in the next coming couple months we could get this message out to our folks. And then simultaneously, we can kind of see what comes out of that meeting in October, and then maybe in December, we could revisit, where we are in delivering our current, expectations and priorities, and reassess, and maybe have this on the agenda for a conversation then in December too. Kind of be my recommendation, so we figure out how to go forward.
Grant, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Very quick. I was going to ask Nick if he felt that there was a work group that was poised to help support this. I just wanted to mention that this topic is of great interest to the Southern California Stormwater Monitoring Coalition, and there are some projects on the new research agenda for that body that deal with laboratory intercalibration studies and the like. So the SMC might be a body that would be interested in having some discussions on this topic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think thanks, Grant. I don't think there's any one work group that has the kind of experience, but perhaps a work group like the wetlands work group could help provide some insight. The group that seems to, in my mind, to have the most direct experience or expertise in it would be the Swamp IQ unit within OEMA, because they have specific experience and knowledge related to method implementation, QAPP development, SOP development for the swamp type of monitoring methods, and getting those into use. So I think that would be an important group to utilize. I think, you know, people like Susie and some people within that work group have some experience. Obviously, they're working through the steps of this process. But again, it would have to be something it would have to be definitely a multi agency coordination effort across various expertises. I don't think anybody is proposing, Jared, that they would be a quasi-validation body, but there has and has been legislation out there that is maybe not so thoughtfully tasking the water boards to start using new methods. And I think that, you know, when that happens, there are going to be more and more labs that are trying to get their method in place, and it would behoove us to have some sort of guidance out there to understand the process more readily, and not having to have ELAP constantly being poised to answer those questions, and rather have something, or at least a group that these people could be speaking with.
No, I appreciate that point, and I know it's a lot of emerging technologies, and we want to make science-based decisions, but science moves at a snail's pace, and so there's that tension there. I just think that this is a pretty vital area for ultimately using these methods for regulatory purposes. There's certain standards and thresholds that have to be met, and I think it's a big conversation to have.
Certainly it is, but I want to reiterate that we're not just talking about method development for regulatory purposes either. That there are different uses that are appropriate investigatory type uses that we need to have. I, again, do not want to stifle innovation and method development because the only goal is to use it for regulatory purposes. I don't think that that's the case at all.
In fact,
Brian, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just real quick, a little bit to Jared's point. I mean, I totally agree. This is a big issue, and maybe one of the things that this group could do is just, you know, a little bit more on the fact-finding side of case studies. A little bit, you know, we got the regulatory perspective from ELAP, but the other perspectives too, another context for research and use of new methods might be interesting to hear before endeavoring in on some kind of output. Sorry, is my—
You got muted mid-sentence.
Oh, yeah, so sorry, perhaps before this group has a work product or endeavors to start something, you know, evaluating more case studies and just getting some more broad input would be helpful.
So Karen, that in fact goes to how, you know, I think of this. I want to respond to the last two comments. I think, Jared, I think you're absolutely right. There's a different level of, I guess I'll call it proof, that's necessary if you're going to use something for regulatory purposes than for other purposes. And that can be part of this process. I was envisioning that we would create some sort of playbook so that everybody kind of understands how that process works, and how you have different almost pathways or thresholds that you use for determining what the method is used for. Dave Kimbrough mentioned data quality objectives. That becomes a very important part of that process. So I could envision the goal, Karen, being to develop that playbook so that everybody understands the process. Going to Brian's comment, I think one of the best ways to do that would be to take a dozen different methods that have either been accepted recently or people are thinking about accepting, and talk about the process they went through and talk about what worked and what didn't work. What slowed a method down for 5 years when people thought it was, when a method was used too quickly. And it led to problems in that way. The more we understand about these case studies, we can then start to develop kind of a playbook. And I think we're fortunate that we have a wealth of people we could call upon. I mean, Christine Sotelo could talk about both positives and negatives. I think Erica and I think Greg Gerhardt is our vice chair, and he, through Iman Swamp, has developed a process. I think hearing a bunch of case studies, maybe that's in a subcommittee that then reports out on, again, I pushed this issue onto our agenda, so clearly I feel that I'd like to see us move forward, but we'll go wherever the group wants to go.
Well, I think we should keep it on our agenda. I think we should talk about our priorities and see where this lands in our priorities list, but certainly worth having a follow-up presentation from, like you said, case studies of that would then ultimately possibly create, like I said, some sort of a white paper that gives us the lay of the land of, what are the challenges, what are the roles and responsibilities of the existing entities like ELAP and other state and federal agencies, as well as academic institutions, and then, what are the gaps? There's nobody in charge of method development oversight. Who should that be? How should these different agencies work together? I don't have the answers to that. I just suggest that we do have a group of people who have had a lot of both interest in and involvement in such activities that we could develop such a white paper, I think. So with that, without making solid decisions on next steps, I suggest we move to priorities and see where this lands. So Nick, would you like to tee up the conversation for us?
Sure. Hi again. So as we all have been referencing, we did adopt a strategy at the July 1 meeting, and that has the summaries in place, and the mission, the vision, the strategic goals, objectives, our values, et cetera, are outlined in our summary document. And now it's really the point where, great, we have this, we're all on the same page, which I don't want to underplay. I think was a huge first step, and a needed first step, given the newness in the council's composition, and the new work groups, and the new environment, both politically and within the state, with climate change, et cetera. So I think that was a huge first step. And now, what this item, which was teed up at the last meeting, comes from is, okay, now what? We have the strategy in place, which again was a great first step, but now how do we start implementing that in a meaningful way as a council, recognizing that everyone here on the council is on voluntary time, and they're all very busy, just like the work groups is. We still have the same constraints that we've always had, but we still need to be thinking thoughtfully about where do we focus our limited resources and bandwidth, so that we can actually start working towards those strategic elements, and developing ultimately recommendations and measurable indicators to report back to the secretaries on, and then, identify areas where we can perhaps task the work groups to be focusing their efforts on as well. So this is really just a point. And again, I didn't normally we would talk strategy in the beginning of the meeting, but I purposely put it at the end, recognizing that we had a bunch of great presentations today that really gelled nicely and all had teed up pieces of information where they were seeking something from the council. And that is not something that's new. Over the last couple of years, many of the presentations before the council are asking for feedback or for some sort of information from the council or help from the council. And it's been difficult to kind of define and prioritize actionable things that the council itself is actually working on to help fulfill some of these needs. And so this is an attempt to have a kind of an open discussion or dialogue on, okay, we have this strategy in place, now what? What is of the most importance to the council, where we feel that this is where we really want to focus our collective efforts, or areas, if we break up into subcommittees that have obviously everybody's going to have different priorities within their own work areas. But if we defined a couple of priorities and then also people that are willing to actually actively work on this over the next year, and then, make progress towards those and document that over that time, I think that would be kind of the next best steps. Prioritize and work plan over the course of, say, a year, and then start implementing actions towards achieving our ultimate strategy. So that's the way I understand this item to be presented, and I could be totally wrong, but that's the way I have outlined it within my brain. So
I think that's helpful, Nick. Is there a way with the project portfolio, the service portfolio, for those? I feel like those have to be in dialogue with what we discussed in terms of how we assess and select. And I'm not sure which you would think would be the best to kind of maybe look at to see what contains that kind of the first year goals.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there are any first year goals. So when you mentioned that, I was saying, well, we don't really have any first year goals. But I can certainly, I think that we've outlined services we think the council could provide, as well as what we think the work groups should be providing at a minimum level. And then I think this is the opportunity where we really left the project portfolio intentionally blank, because we recognize that we would first need to agree on a strategy and then look at, okay, what are actual feasible projects that would be worked on. So I think this would be an attempt to build off of potentially the service portfolio, and then potentially populate the project portfolio. I'm going to share both of these in the chat as I bring them up too.
Sorry, I'm sorry about the goals. I thought there was a document when we were doing the strategic planning meetings that listed kind of, I felt like there was a discussion we had about first year priorities in the strategic subgroups, but I could be misremembering that. I'm not sure if you know what I'm referring to now. If that refreshes your memory on it.
No, it does not.
Okay.
I think you're misremembering. Or maybe I am. Who knows?
That's likely.
So let me.
Grant has his hand up.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Nick, while you're pulling that up, I was you know, I was thinking, Jared, you might be referring to the more detailed strategic goals and objectives laid out in the strategic plan, starting on page 8, because you know, when I read those, some of those sound like potential projects to me. Is that, Jared, is that kind of what you were thinking of, or am I totally off track?
No, those are just I guess it's now top 6 areas, but that was just a rehash of that document. I thought there was another spreadsheet we had, and I'm thinking KPIs, but I felt like there was kind of something saying, well, here's our targets for the first year with these priorities. And then once we have that knocked out, we'll move to these other things. And I thought there was a listing of that. And I felt like we had a discussion at the June council or the July 1st council meeting on that, but I'll just default to I'm misremembering on that. So.
So is everybody seeing the service portfolio now on their screen or no?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
So here's the service portfolio for the council itself that we populated as part of the strategic planning process. And it's, again, these are just, when you think of services, these are things that we are trying to provide as added value on a consistent basis, and potentially a way to measure those for better, for worse. And then I think the idea would be that you would take these services, okay, how do we fulfill these services through projects that further these to the next level. And I think most of these services are general and of recognition that a lot of the actual really tough, hard work is done at the work group levels, where there's actual defined work products. But I think that, you know, when a group like ELAP comes to us, or even the molecular methods work group, where they're asking for specific feedback, you know, how is that responded to? How, you know, a lot of times, sometimes feedback is hard to come by because it's either, you know, people are busy. So how do we better provide the value to the work groups and our outside stakeholders in a more consistent manner, I think is kind of where we're going. But I'd like to hear from you all on what you guys think is reasonable, or where you guys find the priorities. It's not really up to me to necessarily define those for you. I've tried to outline some, and with the help of the strategic subcommittee, to outline some of these things that we think are our services, and the project, again, is pretty empty. I'll bring that up as well, but the projects we left, we started to make a list and then stopped because it was a little bit like putting the cart before the horse. But just because, but this is an idea where you would maybe come up with an active project, and then what the project's intended to do, say it was, okay, the project is, we want to help develop a white paper or a playbook for implementing or identifying and providing guidance to new technologies and new method development, and walking through the process within California. You would define that project, who the primary customer was, if that was important, who would be working on the team, who would be the council member sponsors, you know, when is it started? You know, this is more designing a classic work product where you have a consistent personnel and or budgetary resources. But this is, I think, maybe the tool that we left, that maybe you're thinking of, Jared, but this was something that we we didn't even really talk about in July because it was left unfinished because we felt like identifying projects was too early on in the process, given we were just trying to get on the same page with normal strategic elements.
Shelley
So
has
Nick,
her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Did those projects originate from our January meeting where we had the roundtable workshop to identify priority items?
Some of them did, but I think these were more kind of broadly talked about. Some of these came out of that meeting from notes that I had. Peter added to the list when I first put this out to the smaller subcommittee to get feedback. But you can see the last time it was updated was in April, when I think we had our last subcommittee meeting before the July meeting, where we kind of looked at this, and at that meeting as a subcommittee, I think it was Karen who wisely said, hey, I think, because I came out and said, I'm struggling with this. I don't feel like I'm poised to identify projects for the council itself to be working on. Because I don't have any direct control over anyone besides myself. So it's at that point, Karen wisely said, okay, well, I think this is a work planning type exercise that is something that would be done after you have a strategy in place. So I think that's where we are now. So there's definitely some of these active projects were things that were identified as consistent wants. And I think these are also reflected in the work group basic services, to develop these maps of where people are monitoring where, who's monitoring for what, where, stuff like that. So I think it's an amalgamation, but this was just kind of a mini brainstorm that was very short-lived.
Thank you. The reason I asked, the purpose of that January meeting was to do exactly what you're asking now. And so if this is the short list, then great, from that originated from that feedback that you received, and maybe other sources as well, like you said, from the work groups. But yeah, that would be a good starting point so that we're not, starting from scratch. And then getting to a point where we're priority driven as a council is something that was emphasized during the January meeting as well.
Yeah, you touched on something, Shelley, that I was thinking too, which is let's compile the list of needs that we've identified through the January workshop, through the work groups, which I think they attended the January workshop too, so that might be a relatively comprehensive list. And then through our conversations as a council, as we're developing agendas for meetings, we always identify things like we did today, a need for framing recommendations for method development and how that could be done. So I think what we need to do is mine our conversations and come up with the list of projects, and you've got them listed here as priorities, Nick, but also what we should do is bin them under the 6 focus areas. And I think your service portfolio actually did that as well.
And that's how they were binned during the January meeting as well.
Mm-hmm.
All of these tools, the whole strategy document that was approved in July is built off of the January meeting and the meetings that we've had the last 2 years. So with all due respect, that stuff's been mined, and that's what's created the strategy that was approved in July, and the services for the work groups, for the council, for me. So
then your ask is to evaluate these projects for their priorities, since that's our short list. correct?
My ask is what do you as a council want to work on?
Using the service portfolio as our choices?
You can use the service portfolio. As I said, the project portfolio is really, those are just things. That was one tool that never was really realized. But if I were to erase it and you wanted to create projects from scratch, you would want to identify, okay, which services do I think are the most important that the council address to provide value? And these are some projects that the council, I think, can actually work towards over the next, say, a year or a defined period of time. But maybe that requires some sort of outside facilitator. I don't know. It seems like.
No, I just think there's a disconnect between the January meeting recommendations, which were summarized and grouped by area, and this, and the specific projects, and the reasoning, for excluding some or including others, just kind of tracing what our master list is. Maybe that, I'm just guessing that's maybe why we're so quiet.
Well, and the council doesn't really, we don't do stuff, right? We tell other working groups what to do, and the work groups want guidance from us. What are the big ticket items that we've heard from the work groups that they want guidance on, or our participants in meetings like we had today? We tend to focus in on the shiny object that's before us at each meeting and do some follow-up. But are there specific things that are going to require a series of discussions? Do we need to put a subcommittee to? What's going to be on our next agenda? What are we going to ask of the working groups? The inventory of monitoring programs is something that has come up many, many times that we have not moved forward with. So if that's a high priority, then let's have a discussion about what it would take to do that. Who do we need assistance from? Do we need funding for it? So
I completely agree. I completely agree. Yes, and that was the recommendation in the January meeting, that instead of hemming and hawing at the end of our meetings going, what should we talk about next time? We should know, because we've got our priorities. So that and so I assume that was going to be part of the strategic plan, that maybe that's what we're working on now, is that portion of the plan, using these.
Well, there's a word,
like,
I mean, go ahead.
Oh, we need feedback from the work groups, though, as well.
Certainly. And I think, I stand behind the comment I made in April or whenever we were talking about the project portfolio, which is that, the strategic plan is a strategy. It's not a work plan. Our work plan should support what we said were our strategic objectives in our strategy. So we're now at the point where we have a strategy, and we need to identify, what do people need from us? Where can we add value based on the strategic priorities that we put in our strategy?
That makes complete sense. I would recommend that you give us a defined couple lists, whether it's the service portfolio and also the one that Nick had up on the slide that isn't grouped by area, that is a draft priority, and give us specific ask. Are there gaps in this based on, now it's September, has something else come up? Please, let's have feedback on priorities, and have council members and work groups give you that feedback in an online forum of electronic documents. And then based on those results, we can discuss it as a council. Is that helpful?
I think you're right. I think we need to tee this up as a list of things that we've already identified have been asked of us, and present that ahead of the meeting so people can be thinking about it. And Nick, I know that you provide us with links to these things ahead of the meeting, but we need to think of a way of framing it so that we can get discussion going, because it's clear we're not framing it in a way that's helpful.
Yeah,
and we're not going to be coming up with
the specific ask. I mean, you did that, Karen, in your areas of focus presentation years ago. You, at the last slide was like, okay, you know, which we had ahead of time, right? This is what we're going to ask you to decide at the end of this discussion. Something like that.
Other thoughts? Anyone else have suggestions? Go ahead, Nick.
I was say Evelyn has her hand raised. I'm at a loss for words.
Evelyn, go ahead.
I'm trying to make my video available. Let's see if I can do that. Sorry. I guess it doesn't matter. Anyways, I don't want to represent like all the working groups, but as far as my goal to make the Safe to Drink working group more vital and youthful, and make it a more vital resource for all stakeholders, I would love to be able to work with the council. I mean, I apologize that it's taken us a while to provide a new charter for the Safe to Drink. I want to thank Nick for always being available for us all the time. I mean, within reason, of course, but I think it would be really helpful for my, just speaking as one, someone who's working on the Safe to Drink work group, to have, like a committee maybe of people that I could talk to, maybe even by, every few months or something, like formally, to kind of, direct the goals that I see are possible for the work group, so that I know what direction to go to. So it's really just seeking guidance in a very practical term, and prioritizing what, what's the low-hanging fruit and what's the, down the line, goals for what this work group can be. So in other words, I'm just trying to organize, the goals and make it sort of, effective management from my end. So I don't know if that helps, but that was just my thought right now. Because obviously there's a lot of projects to focus on, and sometimes it's better just to have a list of priorities based on the feedback that you would give us to focus on first. But again, I apologize that the strategic plan is not finalized. I'm working on that.
No, that's good. It took us forever to get ours done. So I'm on our 6 strategic goals in our strategic plan summary. And the first one is assess performance of water quality and ecosystem monitoring. And it speaks to the inventory monitoring programs, because of course that would be the first thing you would need to do in order to assess the performance of them. Is that something the council does? Is that something the work groups do? I think and then develop guidance on data quality. That could speak to what we talked to today, which is developing a white paper that talks about method development and the need for a process, and to fill the gaps for that, and how does data quality fit into that. Identify where data interpretation thresholds are needed. That's something that I think the working groups do? Do we query them? Have they identified those things? Is there a role for the council to play in that? I don't know, I feel like we can step back and identify some of the specific things that we could do in each of those strategic areas in order to keep the conversation moving forward and give guidance to the work groups as to what they should be thinking about and working on, and we can supply support.
This is Jared. I was looking at the #1 item, assess performance of water quality and ecosystem monitoring programs. And I felt like there was conversation in our January meeting about having this kind of be a first step. And part of me thinks that in terms of the discussion today, and I think the idea of having that distilled list provided for, so there's kind of more of a concrete, identification of what is the priority. I think that's a good way to go. But, in terms of, like Karen said, keeping the conversation going forward, I would think at least item #1 would set out, a pretty modest, if not hefty task for the council to provide and deliver on. And I think it's one of those things where, kind of given its nature, it's one of the first things that really should be undertaken as the council's kind of reconstituting itself and, planning its future.
Yeah, so Nick rightly pointed out in the chat box that we've got basically a list of projects under each of our goals already in our strategic plan on page 8 and 9. So my suggestion would be that we take each one of this list, and as Shelley indicated, utilize some sort of online format whereby the council members really, and the work group members, I think it would be valuable to get their input too, where they see the priorities ought to be, and go through a process of prioritizing these and see about having a more in-depth conversation in December that allows us to focus in on projects within each of these areas. I'm looking at them right now. They're actually really, develop guidance on data quality and method comparability, recommend where laboratory intercalibration studies could improve data comparability. This goes right along the lines of some of the discussion we talked about today. So thoughts, ideas, are people looking at this now?
Yes.
I could share my screen.
I am.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. And with what Jared said, and this was discussed at the January workshop as well, that, focusing on what the council was created to do, if we can identify monitoring, throughout the state and where it's occurring, where it's not, where the gaps are and where there's overlap, maybe there's different methods, whatever that is, have that available for the public to see. That's kind of our, that was why we were formed, to better inform the public. I would also add that since this was made, we've had a couple major things happen in our state or worldwide, and that's the pandemic and also just a greater awareness of social justice needs. And you've heard a lot of statewide agency meetings where they have a new focus, a new lens, where they're looking at all of their projects with that in mind. So with social justice or environmental justice issues. So we might want to, think about those as well, keeping current.
Terry,
Grant, you have your hand up. Oh, Terry also, yes.
Yeah, I think Terry was ahead of me, so go ahead, Terry.
Well, this might be, somewhat orthogonal to the thoughts that you guys are having, but I guess the thing that I see is that we're sort of talking about monitoring as a thing, and we have work groups doing things, and they all fit into this strategy. But what we don't have is
a theme, a purpose for why we're doing this, right? And so the whole world of monitoring is huge. And unless we sort of focus our minds on a couple of major themes that we want to fix, you know, and I would recommend things that would get the governor's attention and the resource agencies' attention, right? And sort of focus on those areas. Because I think this discussion about what's important is difficult unless we know the question of what important for what. And so, you know, there's issues like climate change. There's issues like, you know, the COVID. There's issues of all sorts of things. And I think we need sort of a reason for doing all this monitoring to help some action, not just monitoring is good, let's support it.
Absolutely, a hierarchy of priorities, whether it's long-term or short-term, and how critical is it? Is it life or death? Is it, you know, is it something the public needs to know right now to protect their health? You know, those should be guiding our priorities.
I completely agree. And to me, those are criteria by which we would assess our priorities, right? You know, what are the main criteria? Who is it important for? Is it an immediate need? Is it a long-term need? Is it, yeah.
And is it something that we can achieve? You know, that should be one factor, not you know, the only, but definitely considered. If it's really critical, but we don't even have the bandwidth to do it, then we could identify that, but maybe not act on it right away.
But we can raise it up as an issue that needs resources.
Absolutely.
Grant, you've been patiently waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Yeah, I'm glad Nick shared these, because this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier, because these are all really good things, I think, for the council to support, facilitate, make happen, but we obviously can't do them all at once. And to borrow from the SMC Stormwater Monitoring Coalition playbook, I'll throw out an example of how we kind of prioritize projects when we develop a new 5-year research agenda, because we just went through it, so it's really fresh in my mind. And you know, what happens when we develop a new research agenda is Ken Schiff locks a panel of experts in a room for 3 days and says, okay, come up with some great ideas, some great you know, questions to answer for the next 5 years for the SMC to focus on. Well, that happened last fall, and out of that, there were ironically 6 categories and a total of 64 projects. Well, we're obviously not going to fund 64 different projects the first year, right? So we have to come up with a prioritization process. What we do is just a simple, you know, within the steering committee, a very simple straw man process where we assign the projects that are most important. You know, we have you know, basically 10, well, we start with, you know, the highest priority projects, we would give a 10, the next highest a 9, 8, you know, so forth and so on down to 1. You add all that up, and then you begin to kind of see where all of the members' priorities lie. I'm not saying that that's the answer here. I'm just throwing that out there as an example of how we prioritize for the SMC. And because a lot of these I look at as great ideas, we should do all these eventually, but we don't have the resources necessarily to get them all done right away. So some type of prioritization process, I think, would be helpful here.
Maybe we identify the resources as part of the process, or potential resources. Or qualify why they're prioritized. one way or another.
Right. I mean, I think we have heard some criteria already that we would want to apply to each of these, maybe, and, you know, we wouldn't want, you know, a laundry list of criteria, but have, you know, some 5 key things that we're assessing each of these against to help us identify not only is it a priority because it's an immediate need or the governor's office wants it, but, you know, like you said, Shelley, do we have resources? Do we have the expertise? Is that something that the council should, I mean, obviously these are all things that we said we should be doing. So that shouldn't be a criteria whether or not we should be doing it. It's just, can we do it? So,
right.
so
I mean,
how do we get there? How do we get to that conversation?
Well,
do we make
Jared.
a survey?
This is Jared with CASA. A couple of thoughts on this. What the stormwater program at the State Water Board went through, the Storms IC Committee developed a list of projects for, I think, 2020 through 2024, and they kind of, you know, distilled down what they wanted to focus on. And part of me thinks there could be something similar from that process. In Grant's comments made me think of that. But I think Evelyn's comments earlier about we need to hear from the work groups, you know, kind of reminds me of more of just the governance document that, you know, describes the interaction between the work groups and the council and the coordination involved there and the role the council plays. It makes me think that maybe we should, you know, recirculate to the work groups this call for what can the council provide, or what types of projects would you like to see on this list to populate some of the candidates for consideration. But if we may already have that information from other venues, so I certainly don't recommend recreating the wheel if we don't have to, but that could be one way.
I think that's what this list is. I think that's what this list is. And so, but I do agree that we need input from the work groups as to, for the work that they're doing, what are the priorities? You know, and they're going to come at it with a different point of view potentially because they're working on a specific issue. So, you know, I like the idea of some sort of I don't know if I'd call it a survey or you know, a virtual put your sticky round circle where your priority is kind of activity, something along those lines where we can bring back to the council in December, hey, this is where we heard council members and work group members really want us to focus our attention. What are the specifics as to what we could be doing to move these things forward? Is that doable, Nick? I'm sure this is exceedingly frustrating for you to listen to this conversation.
It is, but it's okay. I mean, I'm dealing with it. I think it's doable. I mean, I was thinking, okay, just listening, a survey, a sticky would be awesome. I just don't think we have a program that does that. It's not paid for. I saw a really cool thing where you do put stickies like an interactive type of way, but it was a paid
It's called
service.
a whiteboard, or even you can do it on a Google slide. Just send out a Google slide and people can add things to it.
I just haven't had really good luck with people participating on the Google documents that I create. So I would hesitate to do that again and ask for feedback and then get maybe one person that responds to it. So, I mean, I think that I could definitely
become a
series of surveys.
Wouldn't it just be an online meeting that you would give them time to review, to get feedback with their own entities, and then come back and have a meeting with the work group where you're live putting those stickers on? If they haven't already, they can do it then. Or verbally, and then you can put the visual for them.
Yeah, it could be an agenda item on each of the work group meetings, and then for us, we would need as a council to commit to providing feedback in the interim between now and December in some fashion, whether that be, I don't know if it's obviously we don't have a meeting scheduled, but if we can all commit to going through this and identifying what our priorities are between now and December, then we can come back with, okay, this is what we heard. Andrew, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking about it a little bit differently in that, I mean, so these are our goals and objectives, and in each one of these, I mean, as we heard today from ELAP, there are things that are going on. And, you know, so, I mean, one thing would be to get a better understanding of what are the things that are going on under each of these and what are the needs, and then what are the places that, you know, that this group should engage. Because, you know, I think, I don't know that we need to like go through and try to reprioritize or come up with projects or do those sorts of things. I think we need to understand what kind of the lay of the land is for each of these, and then where our input would be best served. I mean, you know, like for example, I was, you know, just looking a little bit further into, you know, into number 5, and I mean, there's a lot going on there, but there's actually a lot of need for better coordination, for, you know, for time frames, for, you know, like on the state side, bringing agencies together to actually share data. And there are places where I think that this council could, you know, could have a lot of input, and then, you know, and then others who are already working on it could take that input and, you know, and take it further. So that's my thought.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Andrew. Yeah, I hesitate to go back to the work groups and ask them to reprioritize when they've already kind of, they're going to say we've already done this. And I feel like we've already done this, and that's kind of what this is. There are no specific order, but I would be interested to know from the council's perspective what, as a collective, and it could be anonymous, and I could even just put this out to see, okay, where do you think that the most ripe areas are to then task the work groups, like, oh, hey, this is the top priority for the council. What are you doing to, or what can you do to help move this forward, or what can the council do to help you move this forward, or help achieve these type of projects? Recognizing that the council itself, which is the hardest part about that project for with me, it was how, you know, how do we create a project with your guys' limited scope and availability, and also with the work groups, you know, they only have so much bandwidth, and they're already working on their own specific projects that they feel are their priorities or that they're already working towards. So it's no easy task, and so that's kind of the key. I mean,
I'll give you feedback now. I totally agree that this is our list, and it's well informed, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to move forward to prioritize these items with an eye for current issues. And for me, that would be COVID and environmental justice issues. And so I'm really impressed that a couple of the portals already have some COVID-19 information on them. If we could frontline that to the front of the portal, that's not a huge project. It's just a priority item that could get accomplished, and you know, we could identify that, and it would fall under the umbrella of this list. And if we don't address those items, then it's really, you know, it could be not serving the public as well as we could as a council. So I recommend that we think of things through that lens, but starting with our founding ideas of knowing what monitoring is going on in the state. It's not a hot topic, but it is something that we were founded to do. So those would be my two top recommendations right now.
Grant, how about you? You have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. I was actually kind of thinking, you know, like say we decide 1A is a top priority, for example. 1A is provide an inventory of the known monitoring programs within the specific work group themes to help inform where data gaps and overlaps exist. So I was trying to think, okay, how would we actually carry that out? And that's kind of my question, I guess, for Nick and everyone else is, I mean, is if we were to say, hey, 1A is our top priority, would we then turn to the work groups and say, okay, work groups, start inventorying all of the monitoring programs within your work group themes? Is that what we're looking at, you know, for some of these goals and objectives, or is it something different?
I think that's a great example. I think that's, you would, if that were the top priority, say for the council, if they got some sort of consensus that, you know, 1A is, that's where we need to start to do any of these things effectively, then yeah, you would say, okay, one thing we will task the work groups with making that, say this should be your top priority. So over the course of X, Y, and Z, some time frame, you would catalog your known monitoring programs within your issue. Who's monitoring wetland health with your theme that participates in the work group, and then which ones are you aware of that isn't participating? And the same token, with you guys all represent large sectors that do monitoring. Where are you aware of that maybe the work groups don't even know about, and compare those lists? You know, are there programs within the stormwater regulated community that is also monitoring that is within that realm that they could be leveraging? And then you put those lists sort of together to try to overlay them to identify where there's overlaps and where there are gaps. And then that becomes information that can be utilized by everyone. That's not a small task, but I mean, I think that
it's not a small task, but I think once it is done, and that's a heavy lift, but once it's done, then it becomes a matter of just maintaining it, right? And yeah, the initial lift is heavy, and it's a challenging one, but then it becomes a really useful product, because, you know, over time, then, you know, as we identify the monitoring programs that are not participating and not providing their data, hopefully that list gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and the list of monitoring programs that are participating gets larger and larger and larger. So, I mean, you know, something like that, I think, you know, if we decide as a group, okay, this is a priority, then that's where we work with the work groups and you know, help them establish that as a priority to work on, and then it starts. And it may not, you know, they may not be able to collect all the data overnight. It may take some time, but at least it's initiated, and it's underway, and it's started.
I would add that it's, you know, we can start with the low-hanging fruit. We have databases. The State Water Board knows all the permittees for monitoring for, you know, NPDES permits and MS4 permits, and all of that stuff is something that could be given to the work groups, or could be just be provided with, here's what we know so far, what else is there?
Jared, you got your hand up? Oh, you did. Go on.
So, yeah, Jay Davis has his hand up. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Back at the January workshop, I was in a, you know, we broke up into small groups, and I was in the group with Steve Weisberg and Jared and I can't remember who else, but we were talking about this number one with you know, doing an assessment of how well we're doing with monitoring in the state. And what I thought was what I was excited about as a concept was coming up with that assessment to communicate out to the governor, to the decision makers, about the state of monitoring in California, because I think the ultimate goal should be, and we've had meetings over the years where the work groups kind of, strategically assess what their needs are, and all the work groups need more resources. We would need resources to do good inventories. One of the things is an example of, something that I think we could use more resources for in the Safe to Eat work group. We have a little bit of funding in our new contract with the SWAMP program to do community engagement. And the state board really wants us to focus on sort of this EJ issue and the communities that are most highly impacted by fish contamination, and getting them involved in the program and redirecting the monitoring towards characterizing their exposure. But it's only it's a very small pot of money that we have to do that engagement. And then we need to try to figure out how to do that extra monitoring in addition to the monitoring that we've been doing. So, we run up against resource limitations very quickly. So I think if we could assess the state of monitoring in California and come up with, informed decision makers, like, we're doing some things really well, but there are some gaps. And I think the ultimate would be if we could convey that information to the decision makers and then obtain more funding so that we could do all of, meet all of these goals better, because I think we're underfunded probably on all of them. And so, I think that kind of fits with what Terry was saying, that, what's our overarching goal or focus? And if, to me, it's, for a long time in the Safe to Eat work group, Safe to Eat area, it's resource limitation. And we could do some neat things if we had more resources.
Yeah, and we need to be able to tell the story in a way that is compelling and yet understandable, right? And speaks to the priorities, like community engagement and the need to minimize exposure to these legacy contaminants that we know aren't going to be solved for hundreds of years, like mercury, for example. So how do we get back to, go ahead.
I'm excited about the inventory idea if it's heading in this direction of the goal of raising awareness of the profile of our work and bringing in more funding.
Yeah, I think that is an ultimate goal. Like if you have the data to back up a statement saying, you can't just go to the secretary or higher and say, we need more funding for this, and he's gonna say, okay, well, you have to back it up with something. It's been difficult to really show that. So, but if you can come up with the data to support, like showing where money could be saved or where money could be leveraged, and you bring in a nexus of public health, which Shelley was speaking to, that's where you start to really gain traction, I feel like, and to hopefully identify resources to fill those gaps, recognizing that we likely won't be able to do it. But I think as a body, we're supposed to be identifying where we can have efficiencies, and then where the gaps are, and where are the most important gaps that need to be filled with a nexus on public and ecosystem health. I think these are major priorities, and people or ecosystems are being harmed every minute that we're not monitoring for these things at these times. I think that's an ultimate goal that would be down the road once once we actually had the data compiled in a usable way. That'd be my hope anyway.
Can I make one more suggestion?
Sure.
I haven't figured out how to put my video on. Hey, everyone. From listening to the other work groups, it seems one of the themes is communication, and that might be a good ask. I don't know if you are all aware that the Ocean Protection Council just allocated $500,000 for a climate change outreach campaign for California. And for $500,000, I mean, $500,000 is a lot, but it's not that much. But I think for $500,000, they're going to actually do some really good work with heavy lifting. And since that's a priority for them, it's almost like maybe there's a way to collaborate, you know, in a way. I'm just putting it out there as it seems to be a theme for all the work groups. And communication hits many levels. It's outreach communication, but it's also communication within work groups. You know, so it's really kind of helping solidify that as a theme of communication.
Evelyn, I'm really glad you brought that up. I was watching the OPC meeting and thinking, well, we don't have the funds to do this, but we can learn from what they're doing at least. You know, adopt some of their, you know, oh, tell a story that people will care about, get them to care and act appropriately, you know, things like that. And we can learn at least and communicate. As we actually have a communication strategy that we made before the overall strategy. So I don't know if that can be brought in as an element, but even if it's not identifying the monitoring needs, but just letting the public know where everything is, what is available is I like the example that Nick just posted as something that might be doable. That's it.
I mean, maybe just a sort of a visual revamp, not that it's not good, of the Monitoring Council's website could be a good way to kind of just do one lift up for everyone. But
and we also discussed to get funds, we need to show value added, right? And so if we have value to the state, you know, areas of that we can provide value to the state, that we can frontline and show what we've already done, what we're doing that the state really needs. That might be, you know, I think you know, the COVID information is one easy way that we've already got some stuff. Put it up front and add to it based on the surveillance information that we heard today, and we've got something that's really helpful.
And equity.
And equity, yes, absolutely. In fact, I move that we form an equity work group, subgroup, whatever we call them, equity and diversity, equity and inclusion group. Think about through a little bit. Maybe we can use guidance from other councils like the OPC or other groups, other statewide agencies.
I'm actually writing a charter for another organization I'm a part of about that, and I can share it with you just as a starting point, because I started researching what kind of charters there are about that, and there doesn't seem to be a good model to work from, so it should be written from scratch, I think.
So we recently did an employee engagement survey that had people go through and rate statements in terms of what is most influential, what factors are most influential for their job satisfaction, and then rating how the organization is doing with respect to each of those factors. And it kind of speaks to the slide that Nick had when he first talked about the prioritization, which is, you know, sort of binning things. If it's really a big factor that's important for whatever criteria, whether that be it's timely, it's, you know, something that is really important to the administration, and it's urgent, say, then it's a top priority. So I'm just wondering if we can figure out a way, a matrix that allows us to provide this feedback, whether that's in a meeting or offline, in some fashion where we could, like you said, it's a survey. Nick and I can think about what that might look like. We may need to get some help. I'm realizing that we need a facilitator. We're having a very disjointed conversation today, and I'm doing a very poor job of facilitating it. Although I think the thoughts and ideas are really good and the energy is really good. But where we need to get is that, okay, this thing is really urgent and important, therefore it's a high priority. This thing is urgent, but not all that important for us, probably not a priority. If it's not urgent and not important, then it's not a priority at all. And maybe urgency and importance aren't the metrics that we want to use, but something where we can start to bin the list into priorities that we can then dive into more detail as to what it would take to get those things done. That's where I'd like to be at the December meeting is okay, here's the feedback that we heard. Here are the top 5 things that you all and the work groups told us were important things that we should be moving forward with. I'm hearing a lot of people very interested in the inventory of the monitoring program. So my guess is that's going to find its way to the top of the list. But are there other things that that we would identify based on this kind of rubric?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It could be, well, 2 of the criteria, is it critical and is it achievable? This could be kind of the 2. If you're trying to set up a matrix like this.
I just
Go ahead, Jared.
Thanks. The internet's been restored in Davis, so I could join virtually. They canceled school for the kids, so it's like a whole nother set of problems.
It's not a snow day. It's an internet down day.
In terms of items to propose, I thought the list that Nick's doing, kind of the action items from each meeting, he links it in the agenda. I think that's a great resource in terms of identifying priorities and where to move forward on. So in terms of what this ultimate list distills from, also to your point, Nick, about I completely sympathize with you not wanting to have to reach back out to the work groups on this to ask them what we asked them not too long ago. It makes me think if we could maybe circle back to them to just say, this is what we understood your priorities were only 6 months ago. There are changed circumstances in the world, but is it still your list? And that could probably streamline some of this process as well in terms of arriving at it. And I tended to think ultimately this is, I think this is a great dialogue that we're having right now. And with consideration of where we ended with the strategic plan last July, it's kind of a now what conversation. And I think this is a great dialogue that's been had. And I would like to think that in December, to your goal, Karen, we could be there with kind of really how does the council go forward into 2021?
Yeah, what are we going to do? Stop talking and let's do some stuff.
Right. And that's ultimately where I'm trying to go too. It's not me not wanting to go back to work groups. I've been trying to get the work groups to embrace just the strategic tools as far as the service, creating their own work group specific services and priorities that they're currently working on. For the work groups like the wetland work group or mainly the wetland work group, and I know CC Hab is also they're more open to it because they have pretty active participants. Some of the other work groups that are either funded and they're working towards a specific goal that's already predetermined, they're less likely or less inclined to act quickly on those developments. But that's not to say that if we had a cohesive prioritized list of what the council wants, and then say, these are our priorities. This is the council's priorities, and these are things that we think that you as a work group could be doing to help achieve those priorities. Do you think it's doable? Do you agree that it should be a priority? If not, why not? And then start talking about, okay, if you agree that it's also important, it's critical, and it's achievable, what's your timeline? Do you have resources to dedicate to it? Are there pieces that are missing? What are your needs? What are your recommendations? And then the council can respond to that and then elevate those. I mean, that's kind of the way the workflow, I think, is designed to follow. But I think it does rely, at least initially, on a identification from the council to the work groups, and then the feedback and the dialogue begins, where it's like, okay, this is where we think our efforts should be focused on, and then the work group says, we agree, we'll work on it, and then we'll report back, and then, or no, we disagree, this is where we think we provide the most value and should be working on, and then there's a dialogue there. And then as they either achieve those things, there's either identification of roadblocks, whether that be resources or otherwise, or maybe we need a key participation from a certain group that we're not getting. Can you please help us with that? And then, if it can't be solved at the council, then that happens that gets elevated potentially in our annual discussions with the secretaries. And then, if we can make a compelling case to them, then maybe it goes even upward from there. So, but it does take work. And
Shelley, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Karen. So I think a missing piece of information for today's meeting was that work group feedback. So if we were to have a discussion on priorities that was very informed, we would see that. Is it possible to compile that and stick it in a folder? I'm not asking for a lot of work to summarize everything, just centralize that feedback so we can see what the work groups are saying as part of our informed decision making. I guess I'm asking Nick.
No, I'm just trying to think of the work groups feedback has been incorporated into the strategic documents that are in place now. I think that what I'm asking for from the work groups would be to take a look at the service that we've outlined in the general service portfolio for the work groups. These are things that we think that are core elements that all work groups should be working towards. However, we recognize that each work group is different and has other things that they're working on and dedicating resources to. Can you identify those and provide that information to the council? And granted, it's only been since July since those have been officially adopted, but it hasn't been easy to get those populated by the work groups. So far,
did they give you feedback on prioritization of those items that they told you about, or was it just essentially everything that they gave you was top priority or equal priority to them?
I think it was just, well, it's all distillation from what happened in January. Yeah.
The January meeting, there was no summary of priorities. I thought there was. Maybe that's what Jared was referring to. Or at least I know there was discussion during the meeting.
It's the list that we've been looking at.
Right, but among those.
I don't think we had priorities among those that were identified.
Right, and so the work groups didn't identify that. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to say, okay, here's the list. Here's our list for the next 4 years or whatever. Which of these are important to you to address first, and why, or why not? Why can't you do it? Why, whatever criteria we want to come up with.
Sure, I can.
Does that seem? That wouldn't be going back to them again and saying, what did you say before? It's asking for, it's the next step.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's what we're asking of the council, and we would be asking of the work group members. I think well, and I don't know, do we want it as a, okay, you as a work group, or do we want it as you as a work group member? Do we want a consolidated consensus from the work group, or from the members themselves? That's a different ask. One is one that needs to be done in a group setting at the work group level and is more work than just work group members having the opportunity to provide us with their priorities.
Right. And I guess if there's not consensus within a work group, then that might be something that's more important. But if there is consensus, then it might be a little bit more straightforward for at least some of the work groups.
I'll tell you what, I will try to come up with a form that would be that would work for both audiences and see what kind of data I can glean out. It could be, it'll be anonymous, but it'll say, you know, are you a council member or are you a work group member, and then identify maybe which work groups you participate in, and then ask a series of questions that are not that's short, but that at least, you know, highlights which of the 6 goals they may find to be the, or if they had to rank them, how they would rank them, and then after that information could then maybe come back with, okay, these are the priorities from that day, that first data go around, to come back with, okay, within those, the 2 top priorities, here are the projects that we've identified within the strategic document. Which ones do you think are would be the ones that could be are most critical and achievable within the next year or 2, and then see what kind of information comes from that, and then maybe have that as a discussion. So maybe a 2-phase survey / form approach could at least provide some data to go off of. While not reinventing, just take that list from 8 and 9, the pages 8 and 9, and just trying to, okay, we have these, obviously we can't do them all at once. Let's try to identify 2 or 3 or something, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick, I was going to say, I mean, you could, just a suggestion to kind of simplify things for you. You could just take that list, put it in a Google form, and say, rank your top 10, top 15, whatever you want, whatever you think is appropriate. And then, you know, you've got all your data already compiled, and it becomes a you know, somewhat of a data-driven exercise at that point.
Which is what we're about. So yeah, I think that's a good path forward. I did want to circle back before moving on, is that Shelley was interested in starting a subcommittee on equity, diversity, and inclusion. Are there others that want to participate on a subcommittee focused on that topic? I'd
like to hear more about what that group would do.
Yeah.
I would like to maybe task Shelley with coming back to us with a proposal of what that means for a group like us. I'm not opposed to it at all, and have very much been a part of those kinds of discussions here at the Water Board. But I'm having a little bit of a hard time wrapping my brain around how it is integrated with the work that we as a council do, and would love to hear some ideas along those lines.
I'd be happy to do that. I think first off, it would be, you know, maybe do that for the December meeting. But I think that if we identify areas that are groups that are differentially affected by poor water quality, that would be very useful information, you know, disadvantaged communities. So yeah, and I would love to get the information from you, Karen, that you said you've been on these groups. I have not. I've seen, you know, information about it. I'm very active in my personal life on these issues, but I'd love to see the information from the State Water Board, examples of projects. or discussions or thoughts, whatever it is.
Yeah, we have a diversity framework. There's a government alliance for racial equity and diversity, or I can't remember what GARE stands for, but yeah, there's been a lot of effort going on at our agency along those lines. And then within my division specifically, responding to the employee engagement survey, as well as the recent social injustice issues that have been in the news for years, but really raised up in priority or visibility recently.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we should make that come back to us with some thoughts as to, you know, what would a group be tasked with doing before we sort of launch forward and create a group, if you're willing to do that.
I'd be happy to lead that discussion, and I'm hoping that the other council members come prepared to the meeting to just to bring their thoughts on how we could better serve disadvantaged community through the monitoring council's main priorities and not priorities, goals with that lens.
All right, so moving then to our last agenda item, which is our next meeting agenda. Sounds like we have at least 2 items, which is coming back with some information about the priorities identified through some sort of a survey that we're going to work on between now and December. And then a discussion of how do we incorporate equity and disadvantaged communities into our work. And then it looks like we have a modeling presentation from Martha Satula on ocean acidification. I would say let's keep the COVID monitoring on the list of items as sort of a standing item for now, because there's so much going on. I'm certain by December there will be much more to report out on. I know that CDPH has recently received some CDC funding to hire a coordinator, and we can talk about, all kinds of developments in that arena. So I would suggest that. Any other suggestions?
Steve, am I framing that right? Is that a OA modeling presentation that Martha would give?
The answer is that's one that you requested. It wasn't one we were jumping to do.
No, right. Well,
but if it's one that you want, Martha would be glad to do it.
Okay, just make sure it was OA. It was obviously an outgrowth from the July 1 meeting when there was a back and forth primarily between, well, Shelley was very interested in it, and then there was a request to have a modeling presentation. It wasn't necessarily by me. I was just following up from a discussion at the July meeting. I just wanted to make sure I had.
I would say that I am very involved in that issue already, at least for Southern California, and I've had the opportunity to hear a lot about ROMSPEC. However, in the OPC meeting to approve the $1 million part 2 of the program, we learned about a separate modeling effort in the same area at Monterey and San Francisco Bay, where another model will be applied. and I haven't heard anything about that project. So if we have 2 statewide projects going on, I would love for them both to come, or to learn what's the difference, what are we talking about, why are there 2, what's going to be done with that information, how will it better inform. That's what would be really interesting to me. It's a big gap.
Okay, so I'll give you a short answer to that. There's actually 3. There's a San Francisco Bay model that outputs to a model that's being done by Chris Edwards' group. There are some substantial differences in the models in the sense that one's more, I guess I'll call it mechanistic and more retroactive, looking backwards. One's more forward-looking, predictive of longer-term futures. There is some effort to coordinate those for darn sure. We would have to get the other two players. I could introduce you to those, Nick. If
I know Chris Edwards.
Okay. But Nick, you'd have to contact them, see if they're interested in doing it. We'd also have to frame it, I think, as to what's the role, in a sense, of the monitoring council here. There is a relationship for sure between monitoring and modeling, but I'm not sure what the issue is that the outside of informational that the council would take on.
Yeah, and I think that's how this item came about. Was we had a lot of questions out of your presentation, Steve, on how the model was informing the monitoring recommendations. And so I think, and you made the offer at the end of that, well, maybe we could have a whole, discussion on monitoring. And so there we go. But, or not modeling, modeling. But I'm just saying, if we do have that discussion, it would be appropriate to know more about statewide, the efforts to include both.
Well, if we did that, then Shelley, I think you just gave me what is the angle. If it's less about the modeling and more about the interface between how OA monitoring would be informed by model outputs. In other words, how actually Chris's group has a very specifically funded project to focus on how does modeling output inform monitoring refinements. So I think we should probably hear about all of those efforts so there's context. But I think in particular, Nick, when you reach out to Chris, and it may not even be just Chris, he has a team of people associated with him. Maybe ask them to talk about that project and the interface between modeling and monitoring. I think, Shelley, that would now provide a great angle about how do we use, generically even, but here's using a specific case, how do we use modeling to inform our modeling shortcomings? I'm sorry, how do we use modeling to inform our monitoring shortcomings, and how do they leverage off of each other?
Right.
So I got Martha, I got Chris Edwards, and who would be the third contact?
Let's see, is Jay still on the line? Who would be the person? Jay Davis, SFEI, is leading that work. I'm not sure who their modeler would be who'd give the presentation.
I think it's best to go through Dave Sen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if Jay wasn't on the line, I was going to say call Dave Sen. Okay.
Nick,
I don't know if.
Sorry, I'm muted. I have the prioritization data discussion, which revolves around the last item we were just talking about. Equity, diversity, and inclusion topic, subcommittee or otherwise. COVID sewershed monitoring update, or just COVID in general. OA modeling and how generally does modeling inform monitoring and vice versa. Any others?
Well, there may be a need to update on the MOU.
Right.
So I would keep that on the list in the hopes that we actually have a briefing before then.
Okay.
That seems like a pretty solid agenda.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And Nick, we'll follow up on, how to gather the priority input. I have some thoughts on who we might be able to help us with, framing it so we can get good input from a wide range.
Karen, I liked your mention of the priority matrix. Could we include that? Just the, urgent versus whatever the matrix is. I've seen that before. And if that was included in the documents that the work groups and council members receive, and if the work groups could be encouraged to discuss this, not just individual votes.
Agreed. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, Nick and I'll follow up.
Great.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? My dogs are up from their naps, and now they're wrestling again. So you all have a good rest of your Thursday and good rest of your week and a good weekend. And you all have to commit to responding to whatever request for input that we get out there. We'll hope to get it out there quickly, but if you don't, you're out. You're not a council member anymore. Done.
Fair enough.
So that's it. Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time, right?
Take a look at these SOPs as well, if you can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. Nice to see you all. Thanks for your engaged discussion.
Thank you.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.